nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Check. Are we all here? Yeah, I think we're all here. Doing some final system checks there. Just making sure we're going to be all stable and all that good stuff. Getting all the things loaded up. How everybody doing out there? Hope everybody's having a sensational Saturday. Very nice day out there. For those that have been tuned in, I guess, as far as on the Rock Nation Discord, tweeted it out too, as well as far as took a little bit of a brisk walk again this had a pretty chilly day, but felt good, I guess, as far as just to be able to go outside and take a nice brisk walk, and then come back in, I guess, as far as all fresh and new, I guess, as far as to get busy, down and dirty, I guess, as far as with some work here in the studio. So happy to have everybody here, as far as joining in, as far as on this week's rendition of Spline Design Studios Saturday. Checking the audios here. I think the audios should be good. If the audios at any point are kind of no bueno, definitely always let me know. Just okay. Alright, I think we got everything loaded up here. So lots of little projects that we're working on here. One of which happens to be this garden shed, which is in the Farming Simulator 22 by default, as is the decoration of sorts, but it's not by any means functional, I guess, as far as to be used as a shed, you know, as far as with an interior and such. So we've been working on things like this as far as for items to apply, I guess, as far as on our Dairyland 4X map. So this is another one of those little projects that still needs to get done. I do have this pretty much already in game. I have been able to get this item, I guess, as far as in there. So this is, did this a little bit while back, I guess, as far as to be able to make a garden shed, I guess, as far as for a fruits and vegetables garden here. And yeah, it just needed somewhere to be able to put all the tools, just like any garden, you know, rightful garden would have. And there are some tweaks I do need to make to it, one of which happens to be putting a better floor on the interior. Let's go ahead and hide the doors. Those are separate. Yeah, so it's kind of just a temporary placement for a floor. And you can see it's very, texture is very misscaled, I guess, as far as to it. So I want to fix that. The fact that this particular decoration by default only had a placeable shader on it, didn't have a building shader on it at all, but it does have the aspects, I guess, as far as for the snow cap and things like that. So we're going to definitely retain all of that as much as possible. as much as possible. So here's all the winter aspects we do have for the garden itself. So this will populate once we get significant amount of snow to be able to cover up our crops. So it's pretty much an all year round type of deal. You can plant things in this garden, I guess, as far as all year round. But as far as for the garden shed, we have all the winter aspects. So this is technically two separate models, if you want to look at it that way. Between the garden shed being its own entity, this whole thing can be used just by itself. I kind of added it to this here to be used, I guess, as far as with the fruits and vegetables garden, which has the strawberries, sunflowers, things like that. And it's a fruits and vegetables garden, so yeah. So just to kind of show, I guess, as far as what we got going on here, I also have this model loaded up into our modeling program. I'm gonna hide some things in here, and we can see we got the same issue here. So that's going to be our primary focus for the time being, is as far as to get this floor fixed, to get it re-UV mapping, as far as to have that floor look a little bit better than it does. It does have a collision to that, so that that floor is actually glidable. So when you put things on the floor in here, it's not going to necessarily go right through it. So that was something else we did with this, the design of this anyway. Let's see. So the collision shape for that, I'm just ensuring that, I guess, it is the way I did do that. So we do have the collision shape there. Yeah, we'll have to check that once we go into the game. But I'm pretty sure, if there's not, we'll have to make sure we do get that applied to it. Okay. I do know for sure what we want to start off with here, at least anyway, is just the getting the texture reapplied. So we're going to go right to the floor, and that's going to be for the interior floor. So there's an exterior floor and an interior floor. We want to go to the interior floor. Go to our items list. And this is what we want to work on right there. Alright, so we want to, just to kind of give some clarity too, I'm going to unwrap this just to show, I guess, as far as where all of this is mapped, as far as the walls, the exterior walls and such. And it'll give us a better idea of where we want to actually map this to, the floor, the interior floor too. Give it just a little bit more transparency and clarification. So let's unwrap this here real quick. And using this texture, we can see where all this is mapped, where all the UV map is. So we got the peak, gable ends and such. All the walls are pretty much here. So we got a lot of this area is not being used. So we can potentially put our floor into that. I don't know necessarily if I want to overlap the floor, say like over this. We could probably try that out to see. We're just looking for the best result, the look of our interior floor, at least anyway. That's what we're shooting for anyway. Let's see what we can come up with though. Alright, so go back to the interior floor and we'll unwrap that. May end up being a short stream, just depending on how much we get done with this. If there are other things that we need to tackle, I guess, as far as on this one item. I do have some ideas, I guess, as far as for some of the other items that are being applied to the Dairyland 4X map for Farm Sim 22. So we'll just see. Okay. So we're on that's the roof interior. I need the floor interior. I got the wrong interior piece, so I need the floor interior. There, and we need to unwrap that guy. Do the same thing, much the same as we did for our exterior walls. There we go. But right now, that's just mapped right here. This little patch right here, that's why it looks as distorted as it does there. So the whole floor is just in that one little area. So what we're going to do is remap this. So with all these polys selected, We'll go into poly mode here. Select them all right there. We can see that's all selected. And then what we want to do is we're going to try a quick planer on this and to see what that gives us. So it is a little skewed. That's not a big deal. We can straighten that out. Alright, let's straighten this out. We'll go into vertex mode. And we'll straighten this out a little bit. Not a big deal at all. Alright, so let's do it on the horizontal as well. And we can see already it looks good. Looks a lot better than it did, that's for sure. So some of the clipping that we're seeing, that's the bottom side. I might actually do the exterior floor as well. That's to include the timbers that keep the shed lifted off the ground. Okay, so let's go back to this view. Yeah, got a better idea. Let's turn off the exterior floor for a second, because it's kind of clipping at the moment. We'll just hide this for a second so it doesn't clip. This way we can get a better idea of what our interior floor looks like. There we go. Now right now it's not going to be where we want it, so we need to adjust it a little bit further. Okay, let's go into poly mode, like that. And let's see, how far can I scale this down? And again, I may or may not consider this as far as just to overlap where the exterior walls are. Maybe take that approach just to get the proper scale of the texture on here. Let's see how this goes. Alright, cool. We may hear some noise, I guess, as far as throughout the duration of the stream, I guess, as far as we do have some activity, I guess, as far as going outside of the studio. So if we do hear some ambient noises, I guess, as far as it tend to be kind of noisy, just kind of a fair mention there. I'll try to prevent and limit that as much as possible. Alright, so let's turn this way. Just want to see how this will look if we actually just scale this up over in this corner, because we're not really using this part of the texture at all. Let's just see how it looks. Okay. Don't know if I like that or not. So we don't have as much. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. So I guess it'll come down to, do we want to have the individual seam slats like we do on the exterior? Maybe just to break this up so it doesn't look so busy and very confusing as far as there. It may be better just to make it look like one sheet of plywood by doing it this way. Let's render this really quick and see what that looks like so far, just to get an idea. Yeah, let's zoom in on that just a tad. Let's do a render. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of clipping because there's interior and exterior pieces. The only thing I'm really concerned with is how the floor looks. Right there. That definitely looks better than the distorted look that we had. We could probably clean up the texture. Keeping in mind, the texture that we're using is all coming right from the game itself. So all the game files. We're not using any additional textures other than what's already in the game. So that's another thing I tend to want to focus on. If I don't have to edit the texture we're borrowing from, that's even better. Looks like what I can do, so this little blotch here, it's kind of right there. We could probably move this down so we don't have that on there. It may not even look bad, I guess, as far as to have a little bit of like an oil stain or something like that that might present itself onto the... Let's see, let's scoot it down this way a little bit. Yeah, just to get it out of that dark spot. Okay, so we still got a little bit of a dark spot there. That's on the tail end. Huh. Where's it actually? So that this line right here should be this line right there, I believe. Yep. So that's going to be this dark line right there. Yeah. So let's go back in here. Whoops, that is not what I wanted to do. Yep, that's exactly where that is. So just to kind of get ourselves oriented is where we're at. So we could probably, since we know where that's at, we can actually probably, let's rotate it this way. And so this will be the back of the shed here. Scoot it back this way just to confirm, or is that the front? So that looks like that's the front. Yep, so that's the front of the shed right on this end. So just trying to orient it at the moment. So let's flip it end for end this way. We'll have the front here, the back over here. So you can see that same spot right there. You can also flip it left to right. Yep, we need to flip it left to right as well. Just to get it oriented is all. There we go. So now we'll have that dark spot, same area here. So this represents the floor, so the same orientation. We don't have anything over in this corner. Don't have anything over in this corner. So we got it oriented. This is the front of the shed, back of the shed, and then the two sides. And then we have this dark spot in the back. That's way for as far as to get it oriented properly. I don't think I dislike that at all. It's got showed a little bit of wood grain in there, kind of like a one big piece of OSB, like some plywood. I guess as far as to make the floor, that might do. I think we'll do the same thing with the exterior floor as well. We'll probably put it in the same spot, roughly in the same spot. Yeah, let's go ahead and try that. So that is for the exterior floor, at least, anyway. Alright, just making sure everything is solid here. We're 20 minutes in. I'm going to be very vigilant, I guess, as far as in checking out what all the stream is holding up. I've done a lot of bench testing, I guess, as far as to ensure, I guess, as far as we don't. We did have a little bit of trouble, I guess, as far as on whatever Wednesday this week, I guess, as far as stream was struggling a little bit, so just making sure, I guess, as far as everything's going to stay solid. Okay, so now we need to get the exterior floor. Let's get that from our list. Actually, I did hide that. So let me go ahead and let me just collapse this down. I think we're good. Yeah, let's collapse that down. Alright, we're good on that for now. We can always re-unwrap that if we need to. Let's hide that piece. Now we'll bring back the exterior. So this is roughly, you're not going to see that for the most part because it's going to be facing the ground. Oh darn it, I forgot to highlight something here. There we go. So that's going to be facing downward. You're not going to see that, but we can still get that map, I guess, as far as properly, so it looks halfway decent. So we'll take much the same approach as we did for the interior. Now, the only difference with the exterior floor is it's going to have the timbers that are already mapped, I guess, as far as to keep the shed off the ground. Okay, so let's unwrap this and bring our texture. So this is mapped here. We still got that one spot, same as the interior floor. Got that there, so we can do the same thing that we did for the interior floor and put it in this area. We'll leave these timbers alone here. That's already all mapped. You don't need to mess with those. That should be good. That should be all good to go. Alright, so we're going to grab polys for that, which is all right there. Just that. And it's going to be facing downward, so we don't want to change that orientation of which way the faces, what the polys are facing. We want to keep them that way. So we'll have the two opposing ones, have the one on the interior and the exterior. We'll do the same thing as we did with the interior. We'll do a quick planer on that. Again, we'll have to straighten this out. Okay. Let's go to vertex mode. Yep, straighten that out. Straighten that out. Straighten that out. And straighten that out. That should be goody. Cool, that should work. Now we need to get this one oriented. Let's get this oriented. Let's take a look at it from this way. Let's go this way. We're at there. Need to get this scaled down a little bit so I can get a better idea of where we're at. And I gotta sneeze, like, and a tickle right on the tip of my nose there. And it's just like I'm trying not to let that rip against as far as in to blow everybody's eardrums out. Okay, so I can see we got some of this side there. That means that's a side. I'm gonna go this way. This should be front and back. Okay, now I've got on this side, I think we're good on orientation. So yeah, I can see over on this side we're picking up this this part of the texture. On this side, that's a 1-to-1 representation there. All right, so I think we got the orientation of it correct. Now we don't necessarily have to have the same pattern for this that we have on the interior, because you're not going to see it, number one. But there are polys there, so yeah. Okay, so we'll, okay. Excuse me for 1 second, folks. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, apologize for that, folks. Like I said, we got a little bit of distraction, some chatter and noise and such outside of the studio, so try to keep that to a minimum as much as possible. Okay, so where were we? We were doing our exterior. So yeah, this should be fairly good. Yeah, I don't think that'll be too bad. If I want to be able to grid snap these two together, get them the same orientation as our interior, what I could do, I might still do that. Let's bring it up this way. And once we collapse this down and get that grid snap, I'm just trying to decide if that's what I want to do or not. Because those are two separate pieces, as I already previously mentioned. So the fact that they are two separate pieces won't be able to get the same UV unwrap, I guess, as far as to show up in this editor, the UV edit window, I guess, as far as with them being two separate pieces, unless we were to collapse them. What I could do let's go back to, we got that hidden still. Let's just take a look here real quick. We'll unhide that interior and we'll unwrap it again. Okay, let's go to the interior. We can kind of guesstimate this, I guess, a little bit. Let's unwrap that. Let's see here. Bring in our texture. Yeah, so we can kind of eyeball how we got this shaped in here in comparison to the exterior. Okay. So if we go back to our exterior, that's the roof. We need the floor exterior. Alright. The editor. Okay, so really all I'm doing at this point is just kind of eyeballing how this looks in comparison. So I got a better idea. Let me try something here. So that's their exterior. I'm gonna try and do a little bit of experiment here. So let's go back to the interior. Like so. Bring up the UV editor so we can see where that one's at. So what I'll do is I can be able to go back and forth, because like I said, these are two separate items that have their own separate UV unwrap. So there's no way for me to bring this UV in here. I could just take a snapshot of this real quick. Do it like this. I'll put this on the side. Now we can go back to our exterior, like so. Okay, bring up that UV editor. I don't know why it keeps going back to vertex mode in that one, that's weird. Anywho, so we got that. Now I took that snippet. We can kind of get an idea of exactly where this is at, as far as the orientation of it. I can already tell just by looking at this one here, we got them flip-flop end for end there. So if we want to have that same orientation, like I said, we're not going to see this on the bottom, so it's not going to matter. So if we want to have some differentiation, I guess, as far as from the interior side of the floor to the exterior, we could probably leave it that way, but you can tell the orientation of this poly. In comparison, we need to flip that if we wanted to keep that same orientation on both sides. I think I'm going to leave it this way, but I can also tell we can move it. We can adjust this one a little bit more, I guess, as far as so that this dark area gets as far as this more. Even though we have the different ends, I'm just trying to keep it the same size without being able to grid snap it as far as to collapse that together. I don't want to collapse it together at this point. That's why I was considering as far as to move it up out of our main 0, 0 coordinate, I guess, as far as to I don't think I'll need to do that. I don't think it's going to be that critical. We don't have a specific pattern necessarily that's on this thing that would make it significant to have to do that. Okay, so what I want to do, just want to kind of eyeball this as far as the positioning and size and scaling of our UV or interior on our exterior floor. That's about all I want to do, just to kind of eyeball it. Just like that. So we want to, I can bring it up this way. Hard to keep this up. I can put it on my other monitor, but as far as to show everyone, I guess, as far as what I'm attempting to do here, keeping it on the same screen here, just so you can all see it. So it will tend to go away, just as far as I go back and forth between the UV edit window. Okay. Alright, so we need to bring this down. And a little bit closer to that. That's pretty close right there. this side here is actually ahead of this line. Okay, we'll bring that in a little bit. We're not trying to get dead perfect, we're just trying to get it relatively close. Something like that. Cool, I'm happy with that. That's one way to go about it. In comparison, like I said, as far as to collapse the interior and exterior floor pieces and being able to grid snap it with it all in one piece, yeah, we could definitely go that route too. Okay. So now we got our bottom done, and well, there's our top. Now they're gonna clip right here because I got them both open. So even if I was to render this really quick, it's gonna probably not show. Yeah, so there's gonna be pieces missing here. That's all what's considered to be back face culling. They are there, it's just the way it renders. So, alright, so this is our exterior. We're gonna go ahead and collapse that down. Consider that good, and then also our interior floor. Yep, you collapse that down. Okay, so that much is done. Now, we're kind of already getting into the thick of it as far as to go ahead and start collapsing this down. There are some items in here I need to disclude from the whole collapse process, such as the doors and the copy of this original shape. So this here is a copy of the original barn, I think, before we did anything to it. I believe that's what I put in here. So if I hide this one, oh, okay, actually I already got that, the door's already cut out. I'm not sure why I got that copy in there, to be honest. But anyway, that's what it probably would have been part of the original model, I guess, as far as that we got on there. So this is a level 3 decorative shed that's in that's already in Farming Simulator 22 by default. Kind of tended to be a little bit of a pattern, I guess, as far as what we've been doing here on the channels for Spline Design Studios Saturday, as well as Modeling Monday, is to add interiors, I guess, as far as to decorations and such that Giants already has in game. So utilizing it as far as a lot of the texture that are already available, and just adding a little bit more detail to the interior than there is by default. Seems to be kind of a pattern with us lately here on the channel. We have a lot of fun with these. Very well constructed models, even something as small as this garden shed. We did the storage garage, I guess, as far as to make that into a paper production, for example. I have made some more adjustments to that. May even get into that, I guess, as far as to do some additional things. I got some other things that I do want to apply to that. So if it does present itself, we might get into that as well. We'll just see how this process here goes with this garden shed. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Okay. Yeah, I think we're ready to start collapsing this one down. It was pretty simple, I guess, as far as just to retexture, re-UV map the texture of our floor. As I already showed previously, it looks kind of blah up in here, so we want to add a little bit more detail, I guess, as far as to that by just adjusting the UV unwrap a little bit. Why is this now? There we go. Darn editor was being funky. Here, let me slow the camera down on that. There we go. That's better. Okay, so what we want to end up doing here is collapsing this down into one solid piece, which will be our garden shed, less the doors and that copy that I currently got that in here. So I need to bring all that stuff out so that I can disclude those in our collapse process. So let's bring those out. So now what I can do is start collapsing this together. Before I do that, I want to be able to save the scene and have a startup scene, I guess, as far as before I get too carried away. So let's take this. We'll hide this copy. So we're basically just going to create ourselves a start scene, I guess, as far as, so if something goes wrong in the process of, you know, doing the thing, we'll have a starting point, I guess, as far as to start over again. Because sometimes that happens. You need to have yourself set up, I guess, as far as to be able to go back and try it again. And hopefully it doesn't break it again, if it happens. Alright, so we got our scene where we want it, so we'll go ahead and save it. This is our start scene. Now from here we can do start collapsing. We'll bring that out. So our main shape name is going to be this guy. That one right there. So I'll do our 2 floors. I'm going to do these in pieces, and I've shown this process, I guess, as far as with a lot of what we've been doing, with the models we've been working on lately, doing them in pieces as opposed to just selecting everything all at once and collapsing it all down in one fell swoop. Sometimes taking them in chunks as opposed to doing it all at once gives you a better result as far as it breaking polys and stuff like that. So that's the same approach we're going to be taking here. First, to take all the individual small pieces and put them together one chunk at a time to get to our final collapse piece. Alright, so we'll go with those, and just a little bit of summary, I guess, as far as the first item that you select is always going to end up being the name of your mesh, I guess, as far as in your items list. So we've selected that first with the 2 floor pieces that we already just re-UV map. Let's do that. We don't have to start with that. We can start with pretty much anything we want. I'm just kind of deciding, I guess, as far as to use that. If it gives us a good result, we'll just continue with collapsing it down. Okay, so we'll get our trusty dusty hammer on with all that selected. Select it down. And I didn't see anything. So what I'm looking for when I collapse this down is to see any type of texture breakage, or not texture, but poly breakage. We don't want to see any dark spots or anything too morphed out of shape, I guess, as far as like as we collapse this down. If we do see that, then we'll have to take a different approach, I guess, as far as to how we collapse it down. Alright, so far so good. You know, I'm just double checking it's the center pivot, I guess, as far as just to make sure it didn't shift. If it shifts too much, that could be a problem as well. Alright, let's go back to our items list. Let's use our main shape name. Leaving the doors, so basically these 3 pieces right here, we want to disclude those. We don't want to have those collapse in there. Those are separate items. So I think the next thing we'll do is the roof. Interior and exterior. Collapse that down. Cool, so far so good. I'm not seeing any piece from that angle, so we'll go all the way around here, make sure we're not seeing any poly breakage. So far we're in good shape. Continue to collapse her down. So again, we're going to choose this piece here. That's going to be the name of our final model. We'll do the walls, interior and exterior. Collapse that down. So far so good. We're not seeing any breakage in the polys. Hopefully it continues to stay that way. And you'll notice too, I guess, as far as for those that have tuned in previously or have tried this method before, you'll definitely notice some poly breakage. It'll show in the form of dark areas and things like that. You'll see the texture shift, you know, very abstractly. So if it does tend to do that as we collapse this down here, we definitely want to pay attention to fix that before we go any further with it. Otherwise, it'll just break the model to the point of no return. Also, the same reason why we save the scene, I guess, as far as for our starting scene, to be able to go back. If going through this process tends to break the model too much, we can take a different approach on how we collapse it down. Okay, so far we're good though. So again, we're going to disclude these items here. We're going to end up just deleting that out of the scene once we get these final two last pieces, which is for the window frame, exterior and exterior. We'll get that collapsed down. And all that seems to be good to go. So we got everything that we want collapsed down. Okay. So now what I'll do is just check the pivot, and then also check our X form. Reset our X form. Make sure that's nice and solid. That looks good. So what we're looking for with this orange bounding box that's around here, if anything was too out of shape, you know, as far as we didn't have nice straight corners, that would definitely be a problem. So the fact that we applied this X form here, just to ensure it gets as far as the solidity and the overall integrity is intact. So that all looks good. We'll collapse that all down. And we've already checked the pivot, so now all that's left to do is just to take out the items we don't want to include in here on our i3D export. We'll select those items, delete those. So this is what we want to export. Now we're going to get some clipping on here, and that's to be expected, because you have the two opposing faces of the interior and exterior floor. If it does tend to be too much of a problem after we export it, we can probably segregate those a little bit better, so we don't get that too much of clipping. But yeah, as it stands right now, we're getting some clipping in there. We'll see how the i3D export of this goes, and then if it poses to be a problem, we can redo our procedure there. So let's do... we don't have anything left in the scene, I guess, as far as that doesn't belong in there. So we'll go ahead and let's go try and export this. Yeah, let's go ahead and export this. So we're going to export this guy out as an i3D, and I've only got the diffuse texture applied to it, so there are going to be some additional so our specular and our normal map will want applied to it and so on. So we'll probably open it up into a separate Giants editor session. So I just got to decide where I want to put this. Do that. So I think I'll put it right on the desktop. I think that'll work. Let's do that. I could also put it... Yeah, let's put it in our working folder. We got a working folder for this. Yeah. Let's make it easier on ourselves. We're going to go this way. Wait a minute. Find out where's my... There it is. I got so many little projects going on there, it's sometimes crazy to keep track of all this. I will work right in our working folder, I guess, as far as where we got our scene saved. Go to Giants i3D, and then we'll just save this as shed. Doesn't really matter what we name this, because we're going to actually be importing that to our fruits and vegetables garden, and bring that all in there. So it's going to be... Doesn't really matter what we name this i3D, because once we get it into our garden, fruits and vegetables, we won't need the i3D anymore. Alright, so let's go ahead and export that. Now this is going to apply a rigid body to it, which we'll be able to remove that. So there's some adjustments that we'll make to this i3D export that we just did. Let's see here. That's in our map. We need to go to our desktop. We need to open up another folder. Let's go to our working folder here. Mods, progress, and our garden stuff right there. So this guy right here, we're gonna open this up just to confirm. So we're gonna have to dollar data this. This is all. So like I said, the diffuse texture that comes right from the game files. The only thing we need to do is make this a relative location. So regardless of what it's coming in and honking at us. Trucking guy coming in and honking at us. What's going on there, trucking guy? What is happening? Thank you for coming and honking in. I guess that's pretty appropriate, I guess, as far as for you. How you doing on this Saturday? Alright, so yeah, basically all we did here, like I said, since we're reading in-game textures. Right now, just the diffuse. We're going to be adding additional textures to this as well. We just need to we need to perform against what's called a dollar data. This is to make it relative to, so no matter what system it gets this piece gets applied to, it's going to be relative to where the install of the game is at. All of this. Yep, today is definitely creative day. Every Saturday. Find yourself in the new sim wheel and making bearing drive skins. Oh, BeamMG drive skins. Nice. So you got a sim wheel. What kind of wheel did we get there? I think you might have mentioned that before. So that's kind of a continuation, yeah. I think you already mentioned it as far as which one you got, but I forgot. You might have to remind me. Thrustmaster T48. That's a nice one. That's a decent wheel. Especially for doing some BeamMG. Alright, so we got this done. We'll go ahead and save this. And that's all we should need to do on that step. Now, if we go ahead and open this up. Now, because it's reading dollar data, reading from the game files, we made that relative, just like I already explained. Being able to open this wherever I want. I can open it in this folder, on the desktop, whatever. It's always going to point to that texture, that main diffuse that I applied to it from the game directory, you know, right where the game is installed. So you can just open it up right here and apply the additional things that we need to, I guess, as far as prior to importing it into our fruits and vegetables garden. It's decent. American Truck Sim does send RPM, speed, gear stuff to show the little screen in the wheel, so it's nice. Oh, really? That's cool. The fact that I know SDS is a huge, I don't want to say, they endorse Thrustmaster wheels in ATS, I guess, as far as quite a bit. So I guess it probably stands to reason that they would have that type of support for the wheel in there. So here's our garden shed that we exported in a separate session, I guess, as far as the Giants editor. Now all we need to do is add, number one, we need to take off this rigid body, the collision. You don't want that, it's going to have a separate collision. We'll take that off. We also want to adjust the clip distance, so we can go back to here and see how this one's set up. So we got a 150 clip distance set on this. We'll go ahead and do this on that as well. Don't really need to have that much of a clip distance. So this number here represents how many meters away from the object that you are before it actually disappears or comes back into view. So 150 meters is quite a distance, actually. That's more than acceptable, I guess, as far as for this type of item. Okay, so that's good. And then what we want to be able to apply is our gloss, which is, again, all game related files. There's nothing that we're creating. We're using stuff that's already available in the game, and our normal map. Okay, so we'll have to point to those. One thing I probably need to do on this one here is to add a tangent so we can actually apply the normal. Let's do that. Okay, now we can continue to apply the gloss. Let me confirm again, what was the name of that one? Placeables and leather garden sheds. Okay. We gotta be able to navigate to that texture right in the game files. Whoops. Already had it open, my bad. So let's go into the game files. Data, placeables, lizard. And was that under garden sheds? I think it is. Wait, hold on. Let me double check again. We are in... Yep, lizard garden sheds level 03. Like I said, this is based on something that's already in game as far as the level 3 garden shed, which is just a decoration. Alright, so we got level 3, and we need that feller right there. Cool, there's our gloss. And then, since I've already added the tangent to this, will allow, I guess, first to apply the normal map to it. Okay, so we'll go ahead, normal map, same directory, and this feller right there. Cool beans. Nice, so we got all of that. Now, as I already mentioned too, this only had a placeable shader, not a building shader to it. Whoops, wrong window. Let's just confirm on here. So we got a placeable shader to it. We'll apply that to the model as well. Let's add a placeable shader. I love the way when you select this icon, I guess as far as in the editor, it automatically will go to the shader directory here. You don't have to navigate to it. It's so nice. It makes it so much easier. Little things like that make it so much simpler. Alright, so we got everything that we need applied to our model here. So we can save this. And I'm going to save right over that already existing i3D that we exported out. Let's go to here. Spline progress. So many little projects we got going on though. Whoops, that's not the one. This guy. We want to overwrite that. Yes, please. Whoop, so that is done. We can go ahead and close that up. Now we can go ahead and take that that i3D that we just saved and bring it into our setup here. So it's basically going to be a replacement of what we already have in here, but to have the fixes to our floor as far as what we did to the UV mapping of that. Okay, so let's bring it in, and we'll have to move some items into that because we do have some sub items like our doors and our collision for it. This is what gives it the collision or the rigid body. That's why I took the rigid body out from our shape. So by default, we didn't want to use that rigid body. We have our own collision shape because we don't want to have separate collision on the doors than we do for the rest of the shed. That's basically the only reason why we did it that way. Okay. Alright, we just need to navigate, bring it in. And we're already right there. Cool. We don't get any errors or anything, so we did everything right. I guess as far as to not have any errors or warnings, that's good. So it has all the same settings that we just had in our other session of Giants Editor. So all the changes that we made there are still in there. Our clip doesn't have any rigid body, and it has all of our textures applied to include the placeable shader. That's cool. Let's go ahead, move it into this position. Okay. Now it is out of place, and that's not a big deal. So that's only on the one direction. That should be just on the Y. That should be no problem. Let's go ahead and move this up. Right about there. Marvelous. All right. So now before I move all these other items, I guess as far as into this new model, I need to zero this one out. So what I'm going to do, I've used this little trick, I guess, as far as before. I'm going to make a separate transform just to put these items into, so that I can actually freeze the translate on this to 0, and then bring all that stuff in. Otherwise, if I don't do that right now, all that stuff is not going to line up with our new model because of this not being at 0. So we got to keep it a 1-to-1, I guess, as far as for that. So there's a little bit work to do, I guess, as far as to prep that for that anyway. Let's do create a separate transform group. Okay. And we can keep it right there. That's fine. It's only going to be a temporary hold for these items before we can get this up. Because then what I want to do once I get these moved out is delete this this old model. We don't need that anymore. Okay, so let's take all of this stuff. So it's just the doors and the shape, which has our collision. Cut that out of here and put it down into this temporary hold for a transform group. Like so. That should actually, let me see where I put that. Did I put that in the center? It did. So all it did is just put it right here. Just for now, just for the time being. Now what I can do is actually take this old one out. We're gonna move our new one up to the same position, like so. Now we can take all this stuff that we just moved here temporarily out of here and cut it into our new model. This should be in the right spot. Oh, actually, nope, I just forgot. So part of the reason why I did this in the first place, I needed to zero this out. And the way I can do that is to do a freeze transform on the translate. That sets that back to 0. Didn't move the model, all it did was just move the transform. So now when we bring those items back in there, it should be right in the spot where they belong. Okay. Yep, still good to go. So all we need to do is take these items that we put in there temporarily, cut those out, and put them right back into here. And I'll put them right where they need to be. Sweet. Now I do need to turn the doors back on here real quick. Now, I'm noticing this little bit of a problem. So I think there's some poly breakage on these doors. So I may need to do so. I noticed not only in the editor, but it also presents itself this way. See these dark spots? That would equate to, like I was saying earlier in our modeling program, probably equates, I guess, as far as to having some poly breakage. So the faces that make up the door that has the texture applied to it does probably have some breakage to it. So we may need to reconstruct that poly for both these doors. That might be something I might get into next, I guess, as far as to fix the doors, just to remove that darkness that's on there. That definitely is very evident in the game as well. You can definitely see that that on there, and it looks very obvious. I don't think we want to have that on our doors necessarily, so that might be something I'll look at too. So what we'll probably end up having to do in order to get the pivot in the right spot is to probably bring it into Blender. Yeah, that would be the only downside to it, I suppose. So we're closing in on an hour in the stream, but it was still solid. Nice. We're good. Hopefully it stays that way. We got the cross fingers. If you are following the channel, we do have the cross fingers emote. I guess as far as feel free to use that. I guess as far as to ensure, I guess as far as the integrity of the stream, and we don't it doesn't die on us. Okay, so I'm trying to decide at this point, do I want to get into the doors right now, or do I want to try it just the way it is in the game first? I might go ahead and just see what this looks like in game first, and if we do still see this happening, I guess as far as with our doors, we might tackle that next. That's probably the approach I'll take, I guess. Something I do want to adjust in here, right? While I'm thinking about it, I need to turn the snow that shows up on the door. So one thing I did notice with the way these doors are textured, it does tend to put like a streak of snow on this, and it looks really weird, like out of place. So I have the ability to be able to control, because these are separate items. I should be able to turn that snow scale off, I think. Let me double check. I think it's got the same material as the rest of the shed, so probably not, now I think of it. That's another thing I might consider with these doors, is to make it a separate material name, so I have the ability to be able to control the doors separately. So that may just be another reason, I guess, as far as to tackle these doors, so I can apply a different material name to it. I can do that without actually remodeling it, you know, to fix the polys. I can do that just through editing the i3D through text editor to make a separate texture for it. I can do it that way too. I'm just thinking out loud at this point, I guess, as far as what approach I want to take to it. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna bottom line is I'll test it this way and confirm or whatever that it does still have those issues on the doors, and we'll probably just be able to tackle the doors next after we test this out. Let's just take that approach. We'll do that. Let's close some of this down. So we got everything in here that we want for now. And the only thing I need to do on this is actually take the light out. We don't need this light in here. That was just to have some clarity, I guess, as far as in the editor. Cool. Let's go ahead and save this up. Now this is working on the item, I guess, as far as that's right in our map for the Dairyland 4X. Let's go ahead and save this. Don't want to save it there. We want to go into our map. Make sure we get it in the right location. Placeables, and we should have our Fruits and vegetables garden. And save it right over that. Voila. Cool, so that's all saved. Let's go ahead and close this out. Now, just to confirm, on our what we just saved, which is right here. Yeah, that should be good. So I'm looking at the textures, I guess, as far as where everything, you can see for the most part everything is what's considered dollar data, so it's all reading game files. There's only very minimal things, I guess, as far as that are external from the actual game itself. That's just the thing. So while I'm in here, I guess as far as I can kind of show, I could create, if I wanted to, a separate material name for our doors by coming in here and actually applying a different material. So just to kind of run through this really quick as far as how you can do that without going into a modeling program. So this is the material that's applied to the whole shed that uses that one texture. But if I was to try and adjust the snow scale to the doors itself, it would affect the whole shed. So in an effort to segregate, I guess, as far as the material for the entire shed with the doors, I can actually make a separate texture. What I would need to do is actually figure out in my transforms groups here where the doors actually are. So there's a lot of items. So this basically everything in text, I guess, as far as what is in that scene graph visually. Right, so if we go through here, these are all the planters and the plants. Let's see if we can find the doors. Actually, let's do this. I'll do a search for it. I know what I got it named, so I can just search for it that way. Let's search for door. Oops, I'll just spell it right. Helps if you spell it right. Is that the door? Let me see here. I think this one here is for the... That's the gate. I'm just looking through these real quick. Door left. I don't know what those are. So it would be just a matter of finding it. Should have been GS door. Okay, let me go back up here real quick. When we refine our search instead of just door, I'll do GS door. GS door. There it is. So there's where our garden shed doors are at. There we go. So it'll be a matter of finding where these are at. That's the main transform right there. And then our individual doors, we got a door 1 and door 2. Figure out which material ID that has. So this one has material ID 6. And so that's for door 2, door 1. Also has material ID 6. And the garden shed itself also has material ID 6. Well, what you would have to do is create a new material ID that's out of the scope, I guess, as far as of what material IDs you already have in there. So we know we have how many different materials in there. So we can put like a material ID of 99, for example. Yeah, let's just go through the motions here. Since we're already in here, we're going to kind of entertain this for a second. Just to kind of show how you can segregate different parts of a model to a different material and be able to control how the texture is applied to that, much like a snow shader and all that stuff to it. I think it's a pretty good thing, I guess, as far as to go into. You don't always have to go into the modeling program, I guess, as far as to apply that, I guess, that. Alright, so let's go to GS door. And so what I need to do is take this, make a separate copy of this, leave some space in here. So we're going to basically just build a new material ID for these doors. And then once we get that, we'll be able to chunk this out. Yep, we'll be able to chunk this part right out. So what I'm going to do is actually apply a material ID for our new material on our doors to a 99. No other part that we have in this whole deal that we were constructing here has that material ID. That's probably very key, I guess, as far as dimension. We're going to set this to 99, and we want to take note of the fact that we're using 99 so we can actually use that up above. Okay. Alright, so leave that there for a second. So this is going to be our new transform group for our doors with a new material ID. We go back up to the top here to the material IDs. This is kind of the longer approach, but it works much the same way as opposed to going into a modeling program. Alright, so the material ID 6, we'll look for that one. That's what the whole shed is using for that, as we already confirmed. So this guy right here, we're going to make a copy of this. So we want to be able to use the same normal map and gloss map and all that. The only thing we want to be able to do is turn off the snow shader. Oh, this one here, we'll want to change it to a 0 on our new material. That's basically what we're trying to accomplish here. So we're going to make a copy of that. Bring it down to the end here. Make sure it was within the material section. We can leave it up there. I just always like to bring it to the end. Like so. And just like we applied down below, I guess as far as in our transform groups, we want to apply material ID 99. Leave everything else the same. But then this one here, I'll go ahead and do a 0. I also want to rename this material name. So if I don't change the material name, it's just going to inherit what was already there. And it's just going to step on everything that we're trying to do within... yeah, so anything that we're trying to do in here, it's just going to overwrite. So we want to make sure that we rename this to say 03, we'll do Garden Shed 03B, for example. Just to offset, I guess, as far as from what we borrowed that from. So that's pretty much all you got to do. So if we go back down here, now that we've got that all squared away for our material ID up there, come back down here. Actually, let me do a search for that. I didn't segregate that out enough. There's a lot of stuff going on in here just first. So in text, this is what it looks. Our whole piece that we've got opened up in the editor, this is what it looks like in text, at least anyway. Let's do a search for GS Store. There we go. So this first one that we did, we can discard this. We don't need that anymore. Go ahead and take it right out. And then bring this all the way back up, like so. Come on. I'm deleting all the empty lines. There we go. Just for clarity. So we're just taking out all the empty lines like so. So that is our new transform group for doors that has the new material ID assigned for each one. So we got the 2 doors, material ID 99. And based on all the changes that we made up here, it's going to actually apply that material name with that material ID to the doors with no snow scale on it. So that allows us to be able to independently control how the texture is shown on the doors in comparison to the rest of the shed. Alright, well, I'm going to go ahead and close this line up. Let's clean it up a little bit, and then we can save that. Like so. Now, if we go ahead, open this up in the editor, let's make sure that we don't have any errors. Should not have any errors if I did that right. Hopefully I didn't break it. Definitely want to test it out before we go into the game and try it out. So far, we got no errors. Now, if we go into that same transform that we edited, in the Notepad++, go into our garden shed, go to our doors, there's where that transform group is. Now we should have a different name, which is our Garden Shed 03B, so it doesn't So it basically segregates it from the rest of the shed that still has the shed 03. So this part of the shed will still maintain the snow shader, as far as the snow scale, at a 1, whereas this one will not. That's basically, so we accomplish that without having to go into and remodel it, re-export it out that way, and so on. That's just another way, I guess, as far as being able to segregate different material names using the same textures, right? So we got all the same textures in play, I guess, as far as with the one material, just that this one has a little bit different scope as far as to not have the snow scale onto it. It's the only thing we did. So that's, yep. So if we were to do it without doing it this way, if we were to actually take the snow shade or the snow scale off that entire material prior to doing it the way we just did it, it would remove any type of snow and icicles and such like that that would show on the shed in its entirety. So we don't want to do that. We just want to take out that wonkiness that is showing on just the doors. So that's what we were able to accomplish by doing all that. A little bit of a quick way, I guess, as far as, you know, work around for most that are a little bit leery, I guess, as far as being able to change material names. That's one way you can do it. So hopefully that was useful. Okay. So now we got no errors. We've already confirmed or whatever that our material is applying the way we want it. And let's go ahead and save this again. Save right over that. Now we're all good to go to test it in the game. Okay. Go ahead and close this out. Sweet. Now all we got to do is move over. So I didn't make any changes to the script, the XML for it itself. It should still be good. So the only thing I really need to move over is just the so our i3D and our shapes file over to our game directory, gets as far as in our mods folder, so we can test it out. I think that's what we'll do next. Let's go check this out. Alright, let's switch it on over. Alright, here we are over into our map directory. Let's go right into our map. And where we've got that saved is under Placeables, Fruits and Vegetables Garden, and we need to bring this guy over to our mods folder. So this is our editing folder as far as where we do all of our work outside of the game. I always do that. That's my workflow, I guess, as far as for doing these types of things. If prior to getting to this point, if I realize that I made some mistakes prior to getting it moved over to where I've, into my mods folder, I can correct that before I get it over here. And I'm pretty confident we've got everything the way we need to. So we got our Fruits and Vegetables Garden directory, I guess, as far as in our map folder and our mod directory for our game. So this is what we're going to be overwriting right there. Okay, so we're just going to copy these two. Make sure I'm in the right one. So that I don't want to go the wrong way, I guess, as far as bringing the wrong ones over from one folder to the other. Yep, so on this one, paste, and overwrite those two. Wait. Alright, now we can go into the game and actually try that out. See how we turned out. Gotta make sure I'm actually logged into Steam. Let's do that. Actually, now I'm logged in. Let's do that. And let's go into the game. Go check our fruits of our labor out. Well over an hour and 50 minutes into, I guess, in the stream. We're nice and solid still. Hope everybody is just chilling. It's kind of a chill stream because as far as being a little bit creative here on our Saturday. I got the game sounds kind of low. Yeah, I think I'll keep those down for a little bit. We'll let the background music. If you want to hear game sounds, feel free to let me know in chat. I don't have a problem with turning those up. We need to go into a new game save. Under New Farmer, use our Dairyland map, and go right into it. Let's bring up the devlog. Yeah, it went really smooth, I guess, as far as I'm starting to get really that much better, I guess, as far as being able to take models already in existence and being able to. We've seen this, I guess, as far as with the paper production, which I have made some more changes to that. I can probably show that while we're in the map. So what we're looking at here, I guess, as far as to make sure that we don't have any additional warnings or errors. We shouldn't have any, but if we do, we'll have to take note and make some appropriate adjustments if necessary. So far, pretty clean. Alright, cool. Relatively clean load up, at least as far as the map. From our character. Let's turn off the autosave. Don't need to be saving it while we're in testing. Alright, so we need to go over our garden shed. So it does have a means to get as far as to teleport to it. So we can find our fruits and vegetables garden right there. Go right on over to it. And there's our new shed. So this is what I was talking about with the, see all that wonky shading that's on the doors? See that dark spot right there? That's something else I might want to address. That's what would be considered, I guess, as far as some poly breakage there. So this one you can open the doors, and there's our new floor. Doesn't look too terrible. Now that I look at it closer there, where I mapped it, I guess as far as it's a little bit, at least it looks better than it did. I'm not totally unhappy with it. Kind of gives it that little bit of, you know, using just scrap wood, I guess, as far as onto the floor. And it should have collision to that. So let's just go ahead and spawn. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and spawn. We'll use our, yeah, we're just in testing here. So let's spawn the cartons that'll get produced by this garden. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go here. And just kind of test our floor out here. It should have collision in there. That's what I need to test as well, though. Let's go. Should have cartons. Yep, that one right there. Let's try some tomato carton. Let's do sunflower carton. Strawberry carton. And we should have potato carton. Yep, there we go. That should be all the cartons that are produced by this garden. These are totally picked up by hand, so we don't need to have super strength or anything. Alright. Whoa. These are super duper light. So this will give you a means to be able to put these right in the shed. Yep, so our floor works good. You can see it's got the collision there. It doesn't fall through the floor. There we go. I think the other curtains were in the way. So yeah, this gives you a means, I guess, as far as to be able to put your curtains into the shed. Also your tools, if you want to put your tools that you work with in the garden there. Put those in there as well. Yeah, that'll work out pretty good. Oh, for crying out loud. Pick up the carton. There you go. Oh, for... Why? Pick it up. What am I tripping on? You know, it is kind of a little bit of a step there because it is off the ground. Oh, wait a minute. Is there no collision on the... Wait, something's not right. That's not right. Hold on. Can we actually do this? I shouldn't be able to. No. So the carton goes through the wall. That's kind of interesting. Did not realize that before. I guess, yeah, the carton actually goes through the wall. That's interesting. That might not be necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, you can see what the interior looks like to it with our new floor. Definitely looks better than it did. I will say that much. I'm kind of liking that much more, I guess, as far as this is looking all blotchy. Yeah, so I think the next thing that we will tackle are the doors. probably what we'll need to do in our 3ds Max as far as to fix the polys, I guess, as far as it face out here. These obviously got broken, so that's why you see that dark spot right there. But I think that's probably what we'll fix next. So the other thing we can test while we're in here, let's get some snow, get some winter weather going on in here, and we can kind of just see that we fixed our issue, I guess, as far as with the snow. It's the random streak of the snow that showed up on the doors. Now that we've got those two separate material names, we were able to turn that off for the doors, I guess, as far as the snow scale. Let's see how this looks. Let's go into Crazy Dev Controls. Test that out. Alright, so we need to apply some weather. We're going to go right into February. Actually, I'm going to take the approach of going into January. And I'll advance the time. That seems to work the best as far as to make sure that you get the snow cap. You know, the pile of snow show up on the roof and such. We'll go to January. Set that. We want some snow. And we'll apply some snow on the ground too, why not? Alright, so as we advance this to February, we should be able to see. So I'm already noticing right off the bat, I don't have that streak of. See how the snow shows up on all the edges? Yep, see how it's kind of like resting, I guess, as far as on the slats of wood on the sides. I was getting some really weird streaking. Didn't look natural at all, just as far as like that. So that's why I wanted to remove that snow scale on the doors. But it retains it, I guess, as far as what's on the walls. So because the wood is going a different direction than the walls, it makes sense, I guess, as far as to have it this way as opposed to the way it was previously. But I think this will work out better as far as that goes. So far it looks good. We got the snow cap on the roof, or the frost, I should say, as well as the between each slat on the walls. Let's see how it looks on the inside. Okay, this is a problem. So we'll have to fix that. We don't necessarily want to have this on the interior walls. So what I could do, just like I did with the doors, we can apply that to. I might have to do some changes to how the model's done if I do it that way. So another way we can go about this is to actually take it into Blender, and then the areas that are on the interior, we can actually do it that way too, I guess, as far as so there's a couple different ways we can go about to get the snow out of the inside like that. A couple different things. Now, because the rest of the shed is all one piece, as we saw that we got that all collapsed together, it's going to be a little bit tougher to be able to apply a different material to those individual pieces, because it's all collapsed together as one piece. The doors are totally separate from the rest of the shed, so we were able to apply that separate material. So we could take the approach to have the floor and the walls be separate, or we can just bring it into Blender and actually be able to segregate out the polys on the interior so that it doesn't have the snow on it. So we're going to be happy going into Blender anyway, I guess, as far as to deal with the doors. Trying to think at this point, do I want to mess with the doors next, or what's going on with the interior? I think what I might do, like I've already pointed out, I'll work on the doors. We'll fix the issue with the doors, at least on the outside. So the inside polys aren't terrible. Let's close them on the inside to check this out. So as far as the interior, that should be okay. But as far as the exterior goes, I want to be able to fix that. Okay, so I think we'll focus on the doors. Once we get the doors situated out, we can work on the interior, because we definitely don't want to have snow on the inside. Definitely don't want that. Okay, so at least we got a game plan, I guess, as far as how we want to go about with this shed. Okay, so we're still in January. Let me advance this really quick so we can get the snow cap, I guess, on the roof and just get it to like full winter, which is, it seems to be the prime spot. The prime time, I guess, as far as to get the maximum amount of snow is in February. Hey, what's going on here, Yasso? Yeah, the shed's turning out pretty good so far. So we're just running through some testing to see what else we need to fix on it. So there's some things we need to fix for sure. But yeah, feel free to stick around, I guess, as far as you want to see the rest of that. Alright, let's advance the time here so we can get ourselves into February. And if it continues to snow, we gotta watch and keep an eye on. Oh, we got a deer in the background. It's Bambi. So if it stops snowing as I progress this through, then I'll need to re-invoke, I guess, as far as the snow. Yeah, see, we lost it on the shed. So as we get to February, if it stops snowing, then we'll have to re-invoke this and try again. It's kind of a random thing to make sure that you can test all the snow aspects, I guess, as far as on the buildings. Let's see if it will actually invoke as far as we transition to February. It's still snowing, so that's good. Still got the snow on the ground. And there it is. It didn't put it to the shed like I was hoping, but it did bring out our canopy. That was the other thing I was wanting to test out. So it did bring out our canopy, I guess, as far as to protect our crop. We don't have anything planted currently, but it did bring out our cover here, I guess, as far as for keeping them protected. If we did have something planted in here, we have this tent that goes over it. You can definitely plant all year round. But it did not put the snow cap onto this. So it's, yeah, you can really see now, I guess, as far as in dark here, see how much poly breakage we have on the doors. It just looks very unnatural, I guess, as far as that. So I'll definitely be focusing on the doors next. But the rest of the shed is turned out pretty good. Wonder why it did not. So it continued to snow. We didn't get the snow cap onto the shed. Let me advance it a little bit longer into February here and see if we can get that snow cap onto the roof. So the fact that our tent came out, that was what's to be expected once we transition to February and continue to snow. So that much is good. Let's advance the time just a little bit more. Try not to go too fast on this because you can whip right past it pretty easily. We'll just bump it up just a little bit more. Oh, we're getting snow on there. We're getting some accumulation. Seems to be working, so let's see. We'll just let it continue to snow. You can see it got on the tent. It's also getting on the shed. A little bit faster. Oh, see, we're losing the snow. Wait, hold on. I gotta re-invoke the snow. Hold on a second. Gotta go back into our dev tool. We definitely don't want it to stop snowing, so go ahead and snow. There we go. And advance the time. Sometimes you got to play around with it a little bit, I guess, as far as to make sure it has to be snowing when you're transitioning the time. Otherwise, the snow accumulation will not show up on the roof. And that's kind of like the default game mechanic. Kind of get the idea. We're getting some icicle formation, I guess, as far as on the shed too. So all that seems to be working, which is good. We're able to maintain, I guess, as far as a majority of that function, I guess, as far as of the winter aspect. Still got my flashlight on. Just trying to see if there would get any more snow accumulation on the roof. So once we get to March, I got it on 1 day. Just by default, it's 1 day season. So once we get past February, oh, we're getting some snow accumulation on the ground. And the snow stopped again. Okay, so I think you get the idea though. You can see the snow accumulation onto the roof, on the garden shed, as well as our tent. That seems to be working pretty good. We do have some work to do, I guess, as far as with getting the frost out of the interior. Kind of defeats the whole purpose of having a shed to keep it out of the elements. So yeah, we'll have to focus on that. I think what we'll do next, like I said, is first to work on the doors. First, to get rid of some of the breakage of the polys. definitely has some. We got some work to do on those, so we'll do that next. Let's go inside here. We don't have anything planted, but just to kind of give you a sense in here, it's all nice and cozy in here out of the elements. You kind of see the snow accumulation on the outside there. It's kind of cool. How did you get the snow on the shed roof? This is all based on default. So this shed here, I didn't create this shed. This is in the game by default. So just for clarity, yeah, I know I've explained it, but if you go into the store, go into construction mode, I'll show you the same shed that this is based on. It already has all those aspects already applied to it. We're just ensuring as far as that those same aspects by default are still valid. So if we go into construction, like so. So most of these, the snow on the roofs and stuff, if there's something that's already in the game, I just tend to use that because it already has all those properties into it. So I always try to maintain that for sure. So if we go into decoration, and this shed right here, this shed by default. This one here obviously doesn't have the interior to it. This is just a decoration, purely decoration. We've made this same shed, which is a level 3, as a functional shed. To be able to go inside it and be able to store stuff. The only thing we did. So this is the one by default. You can see it has the same properties for the snow as our one that we created that has an interior. See, so this you can kind of see now, I guess, as far as the differences of the doors. See how it's got all that darkness, I guess, it's on there. We don't have that on this one. See how nice and clean that one is in comparison. So there is some poly breakage that we have on this one here through our process of getting these doors to be able to animate. So we need to fix that. So again, this is the default shed, one that's already in the game, and this is the one we edited. See, this one doesn't have an interior to it at all. So we got the same icicle formation there. We also have it on this one. So that's kind of what we're going for. We wanted to have, you know, the idea, I guess, as far as it's the same shed, only a little bit more functionality. So yeah. So as far as this formation that we have on our tent, I think I used one of the lizard sheds. I forget which one to be able to use that, and I had to duplicate that, I guess, as far as so it's basically 2 pieces in one to make the formation of that on these 2 peak pieces for a tent. Yep. So yeah, a lot of what I've had to do lately, and this goes all the way back to the way I did for the potato production, I had to basically utilize, because there's no information that Giants has provided to how to make those. So I've been using, I guess, as far as what's already available, I guess, as far as in the game, to make it fit. The only downside to that is like, yeah, trying to find one, I guess, as far as that's the same pitch on your peak for your roof and whatever. So if you're creating something that's custom, you almost have to design, I guess, as far as something that's already in the game to be able to fit that. Until they provide some information on how to make those custom. I've seen plenty of buildings that are on the Mod Hub that have a custom build plane, I guess, as far as on the roof. How they're doing that, I have no idea. No clue. So anyway, we've got that tested here. We're going to work on the doors next, I guess, as far as. So let's go ahead and get out of the game here. This is all part of what we like to do here on Saturdays. Get a little bit creative. So that's what we'll work on next. We'll bring this back over to our what we're working on over here on the other side of things. Let's switch it on over. Okay, so here we are back over to our map directory, where we do all of our work, I guess, as far as to get it into the game. So that was our fruits and vegetables garden, as I showed there in the game. What we need to do now, I'm going to reload this scene up here, and I need to export out the doors. Actually, you know what? Even better. Let me go ahead and delete this out. Make sure there's nothing else in the scene. I'm going to reopen this guy. So we got that starting scene that we already saved previously. This is part of the reason why I take the workflow the way I do this anyway. So it's open. We do not want to save that. I'm going to reopen this. So this is our new starting scene. That has our doors. And all the individual pieces that we collapsed down. And previously just tested in the game. We come to find the only thing that does need some work are the doors. So I don't. What's kind of strange is the fact that we don't see the same type of breakage of the that darkness on the doors like we did in game, as well as the editor. So the fact that we see it both in the editor and in game, it makes it kind of tough for how we do these doors in here, because we don't see the same issue, I guess, as far as in our modeling program. So probably the approach that I'll take to this, I know it's broken. We can see that it's broken because of that dark spot that shows both in the editor and in the game. Probably what the approach I'll take to this is just to redo this poly for both doors. Let me hide some things here just to kind of get it. Let's focus on what we're trying to work on here. Oh shoot, I didn't realize I still had the unwrap on this. Not a big deal. Let's go ahead and collapse that down. I was only showing that for clarity as far as where everything else was mapped. So we're pretty much done with that. Let's go ahead and hide that. And I just want to get it down to just the doors. In fact, I can go this way. Go select all, and we'll keep just the doors in the scene. Like so. Hide everything else. There we go. That's better. So, trying to figure out how I want to show this. So basically what I want to redo is these two n-gons that make the whole poly, and then be able to remap this, I guess, as far as the same way it was prior to making the fix to this. Hopefully that'll make sense. It'll make sense as I do it, but sometimes it's just better to just go ahead and do it. But yeah, just to kind of highlight, I guess, as far as what we'll fix, will involve these two n-gons. That's one door. And these two n-gons. So even though we don't see that same breakage that exists both in the editor and in the game, we know it's broken, so it definitely needs to be redone. So what I will do is detach this piece. Let's highlight these. Attach it. I'll just leave it as object 1, that's fine. Actually, for clarity in our items list, I'm going to name this, this is door 1, so we'll do GS door 1. Okay. And all that's going to do is create clarity in our items list. So when we go in our items list, we'll know what that piece belongs to without having to select it. Alright, so now that's detached. Let's adjust the pivot. Right to that, cool. Now all we can do is hide that, but we're still maintaining it. We're still gonna keep it in our items list. We're gonna create a new poly based on the edge of this door, and then we'll be able to remap that. So the other thing that we can do is see where that's mapped. Yeah, let's do that real quick. So we'll do GS door. Select that piece that we just attached. And I want to unwrap it so I can see where that's mapped to our texture. That way I have an idea. And add a new UV editor, bring in our texture. So it's mapped right there. So we want to be able to map it the same way when we create our new poly for that. That's not broken. That gives us an idea of where that's at. Okay. Let's collapse that unwrap down. Yes, please. So again, that's just for clarity, I guess, as far as where that new poly that we're going to create is going to be mapped. Hide that. So basically what we have here is the door. It's hard to tell because we still got it on this side, right? But all we did was just detach that skin, I guess, as far as it's on the outside of the door. And now we're going to create a new poly based on the outside edge of this door. And we can use any edge, really. We can use this edge, the top edge, or the bottom edge. So either side, or either top or bottom. I think what I'll do is I'll go by the side. We're going to remap it anyway, so it's not going to really matter too much. So let's grab this edge. And we'll shift drag this out. Like so. And it's going to look funky because it's we're basically stretching the texture that's on this edge for this side. And that's why it's going to look funky. That's okay, because we'll be able to remap it and it'll look just fine. Once we're all said and done. We're going to snap these to the corner, back to the corner of the door. So we're basically making a new skin for these doors. So like a veneer, if you will. Just to kind of put it in perspective anyway. Okay, and we're going to snap this guy right there. Make sure we get it to the proper vert. So this door does have a thickness to it. We don't want to get it to the wrong vert. We want it right there. Yep. And we'll do the same thing on the bottom. Like so. Cool. So that's our new skin for that door. Now we can go ahead and map the UV unwrap this really quick. We already know by looking at the other one that we detached, we know where it's going to be mapped to. So that's already, there should be one piece. Let's go ahead and unwrap this. Like so. And, UV edit window. Bring in our texture. And if we select that poly, it's just going to show it on the one edge. So it's either going to be down here or up here. But it's not going to be like a full poly. And we'll be able to have to establish that. That's why you get the streaky look to it. Because it's basically just stretching that edge, the side of the door that we borrowed it from. Okay. So let's go into poly mode. And we'll select it in here in the viewport. So right there, so there it is right there on that edge. And what now we want to do is we want to be able to rescale this UV, gets as far as to map the texture, gets as far as to it properly. We'll do a quick planar to get this result. I can already tell from the way it's applying that. So right through the hologram of what we got highlighted here, we can see this is the top of it. This is the bottom of it. You can see all the slats. So we know our orientation is correct so far, but we want to turn this now. Turn it to this way. Now we should be able to see that on the side, so that's good. That's what we want. Now what I can do is grid snap this right to the other side of the door, and we have that as a guide in our UV map already, so that's cool. So unlike our floor, when we had the two separate pieces that we collapsed together, we kind of eyeballed it as far as where we wanted it to be. We don't have to do that here, because we've got the other side of the door already UV mapped in here, so we can use that. And just to confirm where our other side of the door is mapped, let me stick this over to the side here real quick, just for clarity. If we highlight this, we can see where that poly is highlighted. That's where we want to put this new poly, because we want to grid snap it right to that. So that's the same on both sides of the door. And you can notice right off the bat, by making this new poly, it's not in an N-gon anymore. So we don't have this split in here. That was another reason why I felt we needed to create this new poly, because I think that's what broke it. And that goes all the way back to when we were going through the process of breaking the whole model down based on that original construct. It kind of broke it when we recollapsed it. So this is the way we kind of fixed that, those broken polys. And the fact that it's only on the doors is actually not bad. I've seen much worse in the past. This is very minimal. Okay, so now we want to do, I'm going to turn grid snaps on, go to vertex mode, and we can grid snap these right to that other panel. That's the other side of the door. Whoops. Oh, just like that. Voila. Now we should, if you can flip this over to the other side, now we got a remap door. So no more streaks. And that should hopefully, we'll find out, I guess, as far as once we export these doors out, if it does fix, I guess, as far as the problem with what we witnessed in there. So let's go ahead and open up our model again in the Giants editor. And just to clarify, I guess, as far as what we're trying to fix. And we're closing on 2 hours already. Holy crap! Time flies when you're having fun. I hope we're having fun out there. If we're not having fun, then we're definitely doing something wrong. Okay. So here's our model. Let's bring some light on the subject. There we go. So what we're trying to fix on these doors is all. See how this is all dark like that? We don't want that in there. That looks very ugly. And that's what's caused, I guess, as far as like I explained, I guess, as far as some poly breakage, and we want to fix that. So that's what we did with the one door, or at least anyways, as far as to fix that breakage that was in there. So the fact that we don't see this in our modeling program, but we can definitely see that it's evident there. The only way we can potentially fix that is what we just did, is to create a new poly, remap it, and that's what we did for this door. Now we're going to do the same thing for the other door. So let's collapse this down. We're done with that door. Now we move to this door. Now I still have that other piece that we saved here. Since we already fixed that piece here, we don't really need this one anymore. Okay, so we can get rid of this one that we previously detached. So here's the old one, right? You can see it's got the end gone into it. It's split down the middle. Our new piece does not have that. Hopefully right off the bat that should fix that problem with that breakage. So yeah, we're going to delete that guy. So our new piece only has one solid poly. So not only did we reduce the number of polys that'll be involved with just the doors themselves, but also remove that breakage that's very evident, I guess, as far as in our editor here, as well as the game. So we see this same darkness on here, that poly breakage, both in the editor and the game. So the fact that that's a double whammy, what I consider, I guess, as far as to be considered that we do what we just did as far as to fix that by making a new poly for it. So we don't have to reconstruct the whole door. It's just the poly that's broken. Just the poly that's broken. So putting a new veneer or a new skin on it. Simple as that. Alright, so let's go into the other door and do the same process. So this is our door 2. We want to select both of those, attach it, and we'll do this as GS door 2. Just for clarity in our items list. Okay. And we'll go ahead and select that GS door 2. That's not what I wanted. Take that, we'll go ahead and hide it. Okay. So just the same exact thing that we did on another door. We just remove that set of polys. Now we can do this on the back side if we want to as well. I might just take the approach to that too. So we can always redetach that on either door and be able to copycat that, I guess, as far as the other side. We just have to make sure we flip it so that the texture faces in the direction that it needs to. So you have the texture on the outside would have to be facing one direction, on the inside it would face the other direction. So that's something else we can do. Let's see. Alright, so we already detached that. I need to make a new poly. So we'll do the same thing as we did on this door, just to grab it off of this edge. This is a little bit thinner door, as you can tell. It's a little bit thinner, I guess, as far as than the main door. So the main door is not only wider, but it's also thicker. And this is all going by the way the original shed was designed. I didn't change that at all. So the fact that they had it that way, just as a decoration, I kind of left it that way. I could totally make them the same size as well as the same thickness if I wanted to, but I felt it gave it a little bit of originality, I guess, as far as having it that way. It's a very unique type of shed in that regard. So I just kind of left that. I just kind of left it that way. I thought it looked pretty cool. Okay, so we're gonna grab this edge, like so. I'm gonna make sure I got the right edge. Yep, you can see I got that very outside edge highlighted in red. Now all we got to do is shift drag that out, like so. And it's gonna look funky just like the other door did. We'll get that fixed once we UV map it. Okay, we'll go to vertex and we'll snap it right to that corner. Yep, I want to get it snapped right to that corner. Let's turn our vert snap. Snap it right to that corner and do the same thing on the bottom. Snap vert, snap it right to that corner. Sweet. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, now what we need to do is unwrap that. We'll turn off our snaps, unwrap it. Bring in our texture. Much the same thing we did the other door. Now this one's in a little bit different location than the other door. So we take note of that, obviously. So when we select these two polys in the viewport, we can see it's on the edge. Now we're going to do a quick planer. Quick planer seems to work out pretty good. And we can see how that's oriented. We can see this part of the polys. That's right there. And they got the individual slats going in the wrong direction. We just need to rotate this guy that way. Okay, now we've got this part here on our texture is on this side. That's cool. Now what we can do is size this up in here and grid snap that to the back side of the door. It's much the same as we did first door. Okay. Alright, let me go ahead and select. Let me move this out of the way for a second. Spin this around. Select this one here. I just want to see exactly where that's at. Okay, so we're there and there. Okay, I'm just taking note as far as where I need to snap this new poly that we just created, where we need to grid snap it to. Okay, now that we know where that's at. Okay, put this back over here. Let's get it close. So I just got to snap it to that corner and this very first one there. No problem. Alright, let's go into vertex mode, turn our grid snap on. Yo, I got a question. What's the question there, Apache? That's a good place to ask a question, especially if it's 3D modeling related. But anything farm sim too. Feel free to shoot away. Alright, cool. I can see that turned out pretty good. Yeah, I think I'm going to do the same thing. I'm probably going to end up detaching these two and actually apply it to the back side of the doors too. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's not only going to necessarily take care of reducing the number of polys, but also fix any potential breakage that I might have not noticed, I guess, as far as let's check it from here, actually. I didn't see any when we were checking it out, testing in the game, but doesn't mean that there isn't any. I'm gonna have to adjust this light, shining in on the inside. Gotta fight the right. Come on, we'll shine some light in there. Dang it! I'm not seeing any breakage on there, not as badly as it is on the outward facing. Yeah, if you got a question there, Paco, feel free to ask. Yeah, I'm not seeing as much breakage on that side, but I think I'm still, just to humor it, I'm going to go ahead and attach it and apply it to the back side too. Now that we got this all UV mapped. You're trying to make a mod for Jimmy. I edited a sign to put a logo on it, like I've always done, right? I keep getting an error saying cannot load i3D, and tried on a couple different sign mods, and same thing happens. All I'm doing is adding an add strip plane. Okay, sounds pretty simple. So are you talking about in the editor itself it's giving you that error, or in the game? Because it sounds to me, if it's in the game, it's going to be a different, so it's in the game. Okay, so if you're getting it not able to load, it sounds to me that you don't have the i3D pointed in the XML properly. So, just for clarity, so I'm working on this garden here. So in your XML, you don't have it pointed to the proper i3D, or you might have a typo in it. That's the number one reason why that'll come up in game as far as unable to load i3D or whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So did you rename the i3D at all? I would double check to make sure that you didn't rename the i3D, like to even change one of the characters in the i3D name. If anything, ensure it gets as far as the name of your i3D matches what's in the XML. That's the only reason why that error will show up in the game. So yeah, just confirm that your i3D, and one way you can do that, the approach that I take, just for clarity, is to ensure that it's the same. I'll take the properties of it, like this, of the i3D itself, copy that, and paste it into the XML to make absolutely sure it's the same exact name. Because if those don't match, you're going to get that error in the game to where it doesn't want to load it. All I did was import image as plain. No, I can understand that process. I can totally understand that, but you would have to make sure your i3D matches what's in the XML. It's very easy. I do it plenty of times myself, as far as to, you might have saved it to a different i3D than you thought. So double check that. You might have renamed it without knowing. It's very easy to do. So that's one of the first things that I would check, is to make sure. I know you, from what you're saying, I totally get it. I've been in this boat too. But always make sure it gets as far as your i3D that's in the XML matches the i3D to which you're trying to edit. Because like I said, it's very easy. I've done it more times than I care to count, to save it to a different i3D without realizing it, or I might have changed the name of the i3D when I saved it. Sometimes it happens. It's very easy to do. So yeah, just double check that. If that doesn't fix it, then you might have something else going on. Okay, so if you just checked in, it all matches. Okay. I don't know what else to tell you. That's the only thing that, when you said you keep getting an error message saying cannot load i3D, that's XML related. And that would point to what I just explained, I guess, as far as, now, if you've got more than one sign, you know, maybe check that too, I guess, as far as that, if it's more than one sign that you've edited, besides the one you're considering for, you know, what you're doing it for. I run into the same problem too. I have to always ensure, I guess, as far as that I'm saving to the right directory and all that stuff, I guess, as far as to what I'm working on. It's very easy to guess as far as to get things confused. That's why I tend to use the workflow that I got to work on one thing at a time. That, you know, just kind of give them some pointers, though, that's all. When you go to load i3D back in GE, it goes black and pops error. See, that's an even bigger problem. Another thing you can do there, Apache, is open up the i3D in itself in the Notepad. Either Notepad++, I like to use Notepad++ because it gives me the line numbers. Is it giving you any type of line number in the error? You can check that too. So in your error log, if it's giving you a particular line number as to why it can't load the i3D, that'll help narrow it down. If it doesn't, then another thing you can do is go into the i3D itself, open up in a notepad like this, and look to see, does it have a shapes file. Just run through it. If you don't have this same type of structure where it's going to have your file section, materials section, if it doesn't have a scenes, you know, just look at the overall construct of it. If there's anything missing or out of place there, it might just be a corrupt i3D, and you might have to resave it. This one's got a lot going on to it, but this is kind of give an idea. There should be a reference to the shapes file. If it doesn't do that, that'll definitely break it too. Let's see. Yeah, so if it doesn't have this reference in here, for example, it's not going to be able to load the i3D. So if this is missing, or if it's pointing to something other than what it should be, that'll sometimes break it. In a lot of cases, what you can do is just, if you have a shapes file, if you have a visual shapes file, if you look into your mod folder, and it's there, and it shows it has some sustenance to it, you can manually point to it, I guess, as far as if it doesn't exist in here, right in Notepad++ for your i3D, and force it into there. That's another thing. So yeah, you can look at the overall construct of your i3D through Notepad++, or just even Notepad, and ensure that it has the proper structure to it. If it don't, especially if it's missing that shapes file reference, that could be a potential for breaking it too. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully you can get that figured out. I know that can be super annoying as far as when doesn't want to open it. Another thing, so I've got several different versions of Giants Editor. Are you using the right Giants Editor to edit it and save it? So if you've only got the one version of Giants Editor, for example, then it should be a problem. But I've got like the older versions too. Sometimes I find myself I use the wrong version. So like if you're trying to use an older version of Giants Editor to save your edit, and you put it in the game, obviously it's going to break it. It has to be Giants 9 to make sure that it will load in FS22. So that's another thing. So that's a few things, I guess, as far as that you can check out to make sure that yeah, definitely know how that working. So you're most up to date. So do you only have the one version of Giants Editor? See, like for me, I'm not like most, I guess, as far as I have. I got Giants Editor 8 for 19 because I still do some 19 stuff. So I'll bring stuff over from 19 to 22. So I tend to use both editors. You do have a few? Yeah. I would make sure that you're using, so when you're opening up the i3D, make sure you're using the right version. I find myself doing that all the time too. Sometimes what happens is that because I'm going back and forth between Giants Editor 8 for the FS19 stuff, a lot of times when I open my i3D, it's opening up with that older version, and you don't realize it right away. Because normally what it'll do is it'll still load. It'll just tell you it's an old shapes file or whatever, and it'll still let you save it, and then it'll work in 22 usually. But yeah, I would make sure, and you can tell too, just like I was showing with the i3D, you can tell which version of Giants Editor that you use to save your i3D. So just to go back here real quick, if you open it up in your notepad, it'll show right at the top what version of Giants Editor that you use to save it. If it says anything other than 9.03, then that could be a problem too. I do not suggest though that you change the version up here manually going into the editor. Make sure you run it back through the appropriate editor and save it that way. I can tell you from experience it does not work, I guess, as far as to just change the version by opening up the i3D in Notepad. So that's another way you can check to see what version of the editor that you use, I guess, as far as to save your i3D. Just don't change it, I guess, as far as the version in there. It doesn't work like being able to change the mod desk in the mod desk version in the mod desk. I can tell you that from experience, yeah. It has your shapes file and it's saved to 9.03. So far it sounds good. It has a shapes file. All right. Is the shapes file referenced in the i3D? It might have. So again, it may have the shapes file. Does it reference it if you open in the i3D up in Notepad? Okay. So that's all referencing. So it's not any of that. We're just kind of breaking down what the potential problem might be. So you're using the right version. It's referencing and it's tied to your shapes file. Trying to think of anything else. There could be something wrong with just the shapes file. So when you edited, you just added an add strip. Did you use just apply a primitive? So for example, did you just make a plane within Giants Editor? Or did you bring the add strip in by some other means? Because there might have been something wrong with that add strip that totally broke it. So what it might come down to is if you can still open it, and you said it turns black, that's kind of bad, I guess, as far as from that standpoint. But you might be able to take the add strip back up. Or do you have a backup prior to making the edit of the add strip in there? That's something I always make a point of doing. So before I edit anything, I always make a backup of that original i3D so that I have something to fall back on. If you did that, you might be able to start back over, because you can definitely bring in a bad add strip, I guess, as far as that can totally break it as well. Hey, what's going on, Ola? Well, come on in. You imported an add strip pack. I have. Yeah, see those. So if you imported, look at the version of that add strip pack that you've got, and see what version of Giants Editor those were saved with. That could potentially would have broken your sign too. If it was corrupt, I guess, as far as the beginning within that add strip pack, that might be part of your problem too. Hopefully you've got that original shine before you added that pack. You imported that add strip pack into there. You have that to fall back on so you can start over. Because it sounded to me like that add strip pack might have broke it after you saved it, imported it, and saved it. Because everything else that you've already mentioned, as far as it seems, it checks out. You did everything right. So the other sign I edited didn't use an add strip, right? See, that just confirms what I just said. As far as that add strip pack that you try to import into it might have been broken, which would have broken the whole thing. So if that pack that you've got for the add strip has i3Ds to it, to be able to import into another model, check to see what version of Giants that it used, I guess, as far as to save it. If it's an older version, you might have to resave that first before you import it into your sign, if that makes sense. Just streamed a few months ago. Now I'm checking stuff for work before Monday, and thought it would be nice to check another mod. Oh yeah, no problem, Willa. Hope your stream went well. Not often I see modding on stream, so I try to watch here from mod. Yeah, absolutely. I've seen you. You've been on our modeling Monday streams there, Ola. So I'm glad you stopped in. Yeah, so we're what we're working on here. I'm assisting, I guess, as far as Apache with the problem he's having with adding some aspects, I guess, as far as to assign, and also we're working on our own garden shed here. So we've taken a base game decorative garden shed and added an interior aspect to it. Yeah, so we've added this interior aspect to it. So it makes it a little bit more functional. So it's a level 3 garden shed that we've added an interior to it that also has animated doors to it. So yeah, I've been having a little bit of fun, I guess, as far as with some of the models that are already in the game, in the base game, and being able to add a little bit more detail to the interior. That's what we've been working on. So know what I mean? I edited 2 different signs to trace my problem. Both broke the same way. Okay, so you've had this same problem before. This sounds to me that it's something wrong with those ad strips. That's what it sounded like to me. So if you've got an ad strip pack, okay, it may behoove you necessarily, Apache. It's kind of a cheap way, I guess, as far as, if you know, without modeling one anyway. You can make, and I'm sure you already know this, but this might be a little bit summary. You can create a plane. So just to kind of run through the motions here, you can create a standard primitive for a plane, for example, and I'll usually put it in the center and make it the size you want, right? Orient it how you need it to. Whoa! Oh my goodness, that's not what I wanted to do. Come on, mouse, don't do this to me. All right, so let's go back to my plane. Okay. So if you orient it this way, you know, get it the size you want, and then apply your texture to that. That's the old-fashioned way, I guess, as far as making. That's basically what an ad strip is. So either you're doing it within the editor itself, or actually modeling a plane in Blender or whatnot, and applying a texture to it. It's the same approach. It may come down to that. It's just, I can't get around the fact that everything that you've explained so far, that you've done before, that it broke it, it just seems to be related, I guess, as far as those ad strips are broken. Okay, so let me understand this. So the previous signs that you made, you didn't have an ad strip on it, but it broke it the same way. It almost sounds like there might be something wrong with your editor, if that's the case. Yeah, if when you're exporting it and not even adding an ad strip to it, yeah, it might be just your editor. The term ad strip is new to me. It's a ad strip is just a decal, basically. So anything that you have that's a relatively flat surface, it's a very common term there, Ola, if you're not aware of that. So ad strip basically, and like I said, whether or not you go into your modeling program and make a plane, or just create one manually, I guess, as far as in Giants Editor itself. So just like I have this, let's say this is the size I want my ad strip, right? You can apply texture to this, and I'm only going to just demonstrating. This is not by any means going to be applied to this. So if I got this the size I want, let's say I want to add, I don't know, this texture to it. I'm just using it as an example. See, I'll apply that texture in it. If you have an alpha channel to it, it'll apply that to it, like this one does. And then you can put that wherever you want. So whether or not it's just text or whatever, to be able to apply it to your model. And then you can put that ad strip wherever you want. Put that texture on it. That's the nutshell description, I guess, as far as of an ad strip. So what Apache's trying to do is he's got a billboard or a sign that he wants to add an ad strip to have customized texture to it on that ad strip to make it more custom type of sign by using something like that. Yeah. Either my editor's broke or my game. It could be either one. Yeah, absolutely. But from what you mentioned there, Apache, I guess, as far as if you're loading up the i3D and it's the model after you save it, and your Giants editor is coming up all black, that immediately already explains to me that it's something wrong with the editor, which is going to carry into the game if you try to load that broken i3D into the game, because the same engine that utilizes in the editor is the same as the game, Giants 9 engine. So it's kind of a one-to-one. So if it's broken in the editor, it's going to definitely be broken in the game, if that makes sense. That's what I would suggest, Apache, is just to reinstall it. Make sure completely uninstall it, reinstall it, and use some Giants models. Open up some Giants i3Ds that are base game to ensure that the integrity of your install of your editor, just to make sure that it is sound. And if everything checks out there, then you can progress from that. That's what it sounded like. That's what I would do there at this point there, Apache. It says can't load. What exactly does editor logs? Yeah, that's what we were going through, Ola. All it's giving Apache was just it couldn't load, and it didn't give any further information. And you know, basically everything that Apache has described, it just sounds like his editor's broken. It's just a faulty install. So yeah, I would take the approach at this point as far as just to uninstall it. Even go so far as to go in your registry and find those registry entries, I guess, as far if you know how to do that, and completely wipe out and install a Giants editor. Reinstall it, and then, like I said, once you got it installed, reinstalled after uninstalling it, open up some base game i3ds just to ensure the integrity of it. Once that's all confirmed, then you can start to go in with your custom i3ds. Right. So just like I mentioned there, Ola, I guess as far as, yeah, you'd have to remove the cache, which is all the registry entries for it, to include your app data and all that stuff. So if you don't know how to do that, there's plenty of YouTube videos on that, I guess, as far as to show. I've had to do it at least a couple times myself. Because now that most of the patches are out for Giants, it's not so much of an issue. But yeah, definitely when they were patching stuff, it definitely, tend to step on, I guess, as far as how some things would load or even export out of the editor. So regardless of having the latest version of Giants Editor, sometimes you have those cached items on your system, or whatever, that still tend to break the editor. Yeah. I've been using it for so long. It can be a plethora of things. It could be something that Windows updated. That's why I control my Windows update. I don't let Windows just update whatever, right? So this is a common thing. You're not the only one that has had to deal with this. That's for sure. It really does probably come down to what you allow Windows to update. Like, I don't do all the... So if there's graphic drivers updates, I guess, as far as some of my graphics, I don't always let it apply that unless I'm having problems in other games and such. That could be something like that broke it. Just something as simple as that, amongst other things. So that's just something to keep in mind, I guess, as far as when it comes down to updates. Just because it's, Windows says that, yeah, you need this update or whatever. If it isn't critical, you can definitely just make a point, I guess, as far as to say, yeah, I don't need that right now because I'm not having a problem. All my stuff's working. I don't need that. Sometimes that's what it comes. That's the approach that I take on my system. I don't let Windows just update whatever, unless it's critical. Usually, critical updates are okay, but it could be something as simple as that broke it. So it really has nothing to do, I guess, as far as how much you use it or not. It's just what Windows probably updated. Because, like I said, most of the Giants patches are pretty much complete for now. There hasn't been any major patches, I guess, as far as to it that could have broke it, so that's the only thing that's left. Anyway, so where were we at? Yeah, so Ola already pointed that out there. That's a very good point. You come from a traditional 3D modeling studio work, so I'm not up to speed with FS. You're right, and you're in the right place here, Ola, I guess, as far as when it comes to... I'm kind of old school when it comes to it as well. And there's plenty... So I've been modding for Farm Sim, I guess, as far as... since FS15, at least. So pretty much all through 17, I've got at least 2 maps that are out there for both 17, 19, and I'm working on this 4X for 22. So yeah. And it's been a little bit of a learning curve for myself too, being a brand new engine. It's got a lot of new aspects that we're not familiar with. So we're finally on track, I guess, as far as to figure out a lot of these things out, as far as how the game engine works in 22, to where we can do kind of the stuff that we're trying to do here. So yeah, there's definitely more times than I care to count that there's something that I didn't know about that I learned from another modder. And yeah, that's kind of why we like to do these things. You started mining at the end of 19. Nice. but you still don't know all the lingo, right? Even though I might be talking about the same thing. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Depending on who you talk to, they might mention something different. Yeah, so you might have heard something talk about, but it was in a different kind of context. Yeah. So some of the things that you might hear me say, like an ad strip that you never knew about, that's been known for well before FS15. It's a common thing, I guess, as far as to do an ad strip. That's just the generic term that has been put to that to be able to apply a plane to something that's relatively flat to a model, and to be able to add custom text to it, like a logo, like a farm logo or something like that. That's been going on, like I said, well before FS15. So yeah. Kind of hard to acclimatize for modding lingo when I've been practicing 3D modeling for VFX. Yeah. What does it derive from as far as ad strip? That's a good question. If that's what you're referring to, ad strip. I don't know how it ever became known as an ad strip. I don't know. I can't really answer that question actually. I think it was just a simple term, because usually when you think about what it's used for, like what Apache was trying to do, for example, is just to add a custom logo that was very simple. Nothing complex to it, just a flat plane with a texture that has, like, say, a farm logo on it, or something that's related to your brand. For when you're playing in your game, you want something that's your name that's on it. And I think that's somewhere along down the line, this became an ad strip. That's basically what it is. You're basically advertising your brand, I guess, as far as on your equipment that you're using while playing the game. Yeah, that's the simplest explanation I can make for it. Whether it's correct, I don't know. Okay. Just making sure everything is running solid here. Yeah, we were well over closing in at 2.5 hours. That's pretty cool. We did get quite a bit done. We're in the process of actually doing some work on our doors for our garden shed, because we did come to find that there is some breakage in the polys. So that's what we're working on here. So I've got it all UV mapped, I guess, as far as for the one side. What I probably do want to do, as I was previously mentioning, so I think we're done with this unwrap. Yeah, so we want to collapse that. What I do probably want to do is actually take these new polys that we created on our outside of the door to the back side as well. I think that's what I'm going to do next. And it's already UV mapped, so I don't even have to worry about that. We already grid snapped it and all that good stuff, so we're good to go there. Yeah, definitely feel free at any point. That's I mean, these are some good questions. I like to consider myself, I guess, as far as pretty good at troubleshooting, because I've dealt with a lot of stuff that, things that, it's like, why isn't this working? It's what I do like about the way the error log works, I guess, as far as in FarmSim 22, when you're in the game and you have the dev log up, the fact that it's all broke down into warnings and errors, and the information that's provided does give you, a point of direction. It does give you a sense of where do I need to look, I guess, as far as what's causing it. When you have a problem like what Apache was having, it's just like, yeah, it's very vague. It's just like, okay, my i3 just is broken. It shows up black. It doesn't want to load in the game. It's giving me an error that I can't load it. It's just like, so we already went through, I guess, as far as what was potentially causing it, to be broken, and came to the conclusion it's probably just the editor that's, yeah. Thanks for the social there. We're putting the socials out there, yeah, so. Yeah. So if there's definitely anything else that we can help you with there, as well as anybody else. I'm assuming Apache's probably going through the motions of uninstalling and reinstalling. Let's see, you've set up VS Code to color old warnings, errors, and info, so I can blast through the log fast. So are you doing that in your text editor itself, Ola? What I was referring to when I was explaining there, the fact that it'll when you look at the dev log, the dev console in the game, and it breaks down the warning. It never did that in 19. So the fact that it actually breaks warnings in yellow and errors in red, those are things that, you know, helps you to kind of pinpoint, I guess, as far as where your problems are. But I think what you're mentioning is VS Code. Is that right? In your text editor, it does. Yeah, it does. It definitely does the color coding console too. Yeah, but it's a bit tedious. It can be, yes. So what you've described there is you can put code in your probably your text editor, the VS Code, and then breaks it down. That's pretty cool. You played in a window, so I can keep a log on the side. Nice. Nice. I think Giants has definitely taken the right approach, and you know, to help up and coming modders, you know, new fresh modders like yourself in a 22 really understand what's going on as you're loading. You're taking it one step further, as you mentioned, as far as to run the game in a window, especially in testing. I've done that myself, I guess I can say. Just to have the console separate from the game itself and be able to see what's going on. I have done that. A lot of times the way I like to test is just, I don't want to put it, as far as just to put it into its final package of how it would be like, and if I was a fresh end user that knew nothing about modding at all, you know, and you know what to look at, I guess, as far as in that regard. So I tend to put myself in the shoes of, like, if I was a fresh modder and didn't know what the heck I was looking at, when I'm looking at the dev console as I'm loading up my mods, whatever, into the game, you know, how would this appear, I guess, as far as someone that doesn't know a clue, doesn't have a clue. That's sometimes the approach I have to put myself into. But that's pretty neat. It's always kind of interesting in a way, I guess, as far as to see what approaches different modders, I guess, as far as to take it, because there's really no wrong way. Finding your own workflow is definitely helpful for what, you know. So this is, you know, I've got my workflow. You might have your own workflow. Everybody, you know, most of the modders that I've come in contact with, they all have a different workflow of how they get from point A to point B. You know, if it gets you to the same result in comparison to somebody else that would take a different approach, then that's kind of really all that matters. You can share a link. Yeah, you can feel free if you want to. I guess as far as if you're in the Rock Nation Discord, yeah. So put the socials out there. You can feel free to put those out in there. If you do get in there, let me know, because I do have set up in my Discord, I guess, as far as a separate FS modding and editing section. So let me actually bring it up. Hopefully this doesn't step on stream. As long as Discord doesn't have any updates, I'm usually pretty good. Let me go. Let's cross our fingers. We got the cross fingers emote if you're following the channel. As long as Discord usually doesn't have any updates, we're usually good. Alright, cool. I'm gonna bring this over on my mother monitor though. Let's see. Let's see. Ola, you did come in here. So, Ola, what I'm gonna do for you is, since I see you did come into the Rock Nation Discord, I'm gonna assign you the role, since I know you are an FS modder, and I have separate channels for modding that I can show you, and you can post in there. That way it keeps it all separate, I guess, as far as from everything else going on in the Discord. So yeah. Yep, I can see that you just joined. Let me give you that role right quick. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. You should have a whole different set of other farming stuff category. So that goes all the way back at least till 17 that I got in there. I'm just double checking. But yeah, if you've got your setup in there, you can feel free to put it into the FS modeling or the FS22 editing. Feel free to put it in there. Yeah, so for most of the stuff that I do on the Discord, I like to keep it separate, I guess, as far as when it's related to something specific like Farm Sim. That's why I have that separate category. Okay, so that's good. Yeah, so like I said there, well, if you can see that, let me know that you can see those too. You can't post anything? Oh, crap. All right, hold on a second. Might have to change the permissions. Let's do this. Let me check my permissions here real quick. What do I got it set for in that category? Un momento, we'll get this squared away. Alright, so the way I got it right now, you can view them, definitely. Okay. And reactions. Yep, you can definitely read it, but yep, you definitely can't post. Alright, we're gonna fix that right now. Let's do... Let's do that. So I've recently, you know, I've been trying to tweak on these different categories to be able to allow things to happen in these channels. It's not every day, I guess. I get other people that like yourself will, I guess, as far as that. So it definitely helps me, I guess, as far as to kind of tweak that a little bit. Right, but you can't attach. It's fine. I can send a link. All right, no problem. As long as you can post in there. I'm kind of going through all the permissions here as we speak. So it doesn't let you attach. Okay. That means that is a... Oh, here we go. Yep. Attach files. Let's do that. Now, just don't be sending me any malware. That's all I ask. If I start seeing that going on there, we'll definitely revoke that privilege. But yeah, I've been able to keep a relatively clean Discord server, so I always get a little bit leery. Just if I see that type of thing. I'm not speaking just for you, a lot. That goes for anybody that'll have access to that. So it should allow you to attach now. Let me go ahead and save that. There we go. So yeah, you should be able to do attachments now. Definitely feel free to let me know there, Ola, if you're not able to do something. I'll tweak that. That's going to be, so that category is, as you'll see, I guess, as far as very specific to those that come into the Rock Nation, I guess, as far as that are specific, you know, as far as modelers and stuff for any version of Farm Sim, really. Okay. We did post a link there. Oh, that's pretty cool. Here's what I mentioned on the screen. The game is a window. Yeah, that's pretty neat. So having it separate there, so it's not actually covering the game as it does by default. Yeah, so that code that you got in there, it actually separates the... Oh, you get... Okay, I see the blue now. So you still got the red and the yellow. Yeah, that's pretty helpful. So yeah, the fact that it doesn't hide, I guess, as far as the gameplay, like it does by default, that's pretty cool. That's nice. Sweet. Yeah, I don't think I've done it necessarily that way, but yeah, that's pretty neat. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty much what those categories are for. Those different channels in that section are for. Super duper handy. I can see. That definitely sounds very. It looks very super duper handy. I like the fact that it separates it from the actual gameplay. So no matter what you're doing, you're gonna see anything pop up if it's yellow or red. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. So that's all on one screen. One screen, you just got separate windows in one screen. That's pretty cool. VS Code 2, I consider. Yeah, it's on one screen. Yeah, so the fact it's even on one screen, that's pretty cool. That's even better. Maximizing the use of that screen. See, if you use VS Code 2, I can share the setup. I don't actually use that. I've heard of it, but I don't. I have not actually used it myself. It's just a tiny bit of code that goes in the settings of a plugin. Nice. If you want to share that information in the FS22 editing there, well, feel free. That's kind of what that's for, like I said. Apparently, I wasn't in your Discord, where I was. Yeah, I thought you were too there, Apache. Unless you just decided to vacate. That happens too. Some people do tend to come and go sometimes. It's understandable. I can totally understand, I guess, as far as people get involved, I guess, as far as with, you know, lots and lots of different Discords. So, yeah. This is how you set up your vehicle, install this plugin. Nice. Alright, so you're putting that information in there. Now, Ola, does that work for any other game too, besides just Farm Sim? Let me see here. So that's not a link there. Oh, I see. So that, I got you. You got to go to Wayu. Keywords, annotations. Was that supposed to be a link, Ola? That to-do highlight? It doesn't matter what file or game is. Okay, cool. Yeah, was that supposed to be a link? Because all I'm seeing in the Discord there is just like a... It's kind of like a screenshot. So if it's supposed to be a link in there, it's not posting the link. And it might be due to permissions. I just want to make sure. Yeah, if it's a permission, I need to necessarily. You'll find it in the extensions part of VS Code. Just search for... Okay, I gotcha. I'm just making sure that it wasn't supposed to be a link. So I was just wondering if I needed to adjust the permissions in that further. Oh, there we go. What's oh, what is that? And this snippet is okay. So you're putting more information to it. Nice. Cool. Yeah, this looks pretty informative. Alright. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out. Background color, none so true. Yeah, I can see these different colors would be the different... Okay. So you got the red, the orange. I don't know what hex code that is for that color, but yeah, I can see the different colors that you're applying to. That's pretty cool. So parse error in... Documents, My Games, Farm Simulator, Mods, Sign i3D, so parse error at line 20. So it is giving you a line number. Not well formed, invalid token. The heck is this? Look at line 22 in your Sign i3D. So that one's giving you a specific line number to check. So what parse error means is you probably have something in your i3D that it doesn't have like a closed tag to complete an argument, I guess, as far as for a transform group or something like that. So look in your text editor. If you're using Notepad++, it's highly recommend. Open your Sign i3D, I guess, as far as and look at line 21 and see what's going on there. You add that text in the settings file, and then all files you open in VS Code be color coded way specific. Nice, cool. I think I get that. I can understand that, Ola. Right. So parse error basically is very common, I guess, as far as like it basically, like, if you've got any one line that gets in your i3D, because it's all code, right? As I showed there earlier, when you look at your i3D in a text editor, you got all the different lines in there, and it's the fact that it's actually pointing to a specific line in your i3D. Check that line to see if there's a wrong character or something like that. It'll at least give you an idea of what is causing it, and if it does relate to that ad strip, for example, as far as in your Giants editor, then that'll give you some pointed direction there. Category, direction, category. Line 21. No, that's your XML. Look at your i3D. So you're looking at the XML for the sign. You want to look at the, so again, open up your i3D, your sign i3D, your farm underscore sign i3D in your text editor and look at line 21. Yeah. Basically a syntax error. Yeah, what Yaslo said. Is it supposed to have forward slash? What do you mean forward slash? Oh, you're talking about the no. So that he's reading it. He's just copying pasta, I guess, as far as from his error log. Yeah, the forward slash should be fine. Yeah, the forward slash. So he just copy pasta, I guess, as far as right from his error log in the game. Yeah, but like I said, the fact that it's giving you a specific line number, that's a problem. That gives you at least some direction. It's the image you reported? Okay. So there might be something wrong with the image. So it might not have, so if you've got it saved as a raw PNG, that'll be something different, but it may not have saved your image. You might not have saved the image properly. I check to see how you save your image. So you might have to recompile it into an EDS. I highly recommend, I guess, as far as to use Giants' text tool, the texture tool. That'll usually solve a lot of problems. Yep. So if you haven't used Giants' texture tool, that's something else I would highly recommend. That'll definitely solve a lot of problems when it comes to textures, if you're having texture issues. Yeah, let us know, I guess, as far as what does line 21 say. Now, when you told me as far as it had to do with category, you're reading the XML for the sign. Not the XML for the sign, but the i3D. Open that up in your text editor. I think what he already pointed out there, Ola, it had something to do with this, with the texture or the sign, yeah. Oh, what link did you post here? Hold on a second. What was the link anyway, Apache? Yeah, you just got purged for a second. You're all right. It wasn't. Oh, you might have put a period in it. If it's got a period in it, that's going to automatically flag it as a link. Yeah, if there was a period in it. Yeah, it was probably a file path. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so if you had, there you go. So file field 18. So that's what's on line 21. File name RD. Oh. Okay, so the name of your texture should be fine. You can use an ampersand. I would double check and resave. And again, like I already mentioned, as far as use Giants' texture tool, you can get that on the Giants Developer Network. It's free. So basically what you do is you take your raw PNG and just basically drop it over the texture tool, and it'll make it. It'll be in the conformity that Giants' engine requires. Highly recommend that one. So if you're having texture issues like you seem to have, I highly recommend that. The and could be that's an acceptable. But yeah, you might want to try not using the ampersand, possibly. Try that first, actually, but also maybe you could try to consider just to resave it using the Giants texture tool and not using the DDS plugin that you might have for whatever you're using to save to make the DDS. Right. In most cases, just like Ola mentioned, as far as you want to use, yeah. Characters A through Z, and if you're going to use space, don't use spaces. You know, physical spaces. If you're going to use a space, use an underscore. And you can also use camel lettering. You know, capital along with lowercase. Yeah. Ampersand shouldn't be a misuse. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a problem, but yeah. Try any one of those options there, Apache, or a combination of trying to remove. Not use the ampersand and also just resave the image entirely. I should hopefully, yeah, if the texture had the wrong compression, the log would say, not always, Ola. Not necessarily always. and I'm only speaking from experience on my end. It will definitely give you an error in the log if it has to do with a fill plane or anything crop related. So like if you're applying additional crops that have specific textures, I guess, as far as Solis crops, you'll definitely get errors for those, but not necessarily for something as simple as a sign. So when I'm saying that, as far as I'm just speaking from experience when I mention that. So it wouldn't necessarily, but the fact that he is getting some type of parse error, I guess, as far as for that texture in question, it very well might be related to that, yeah. That's why I recommend it, I guess, as far as use. So you can always be guaranteed with the texture tool that Giants has provided that you'll get the proper compression into the texture instead of just using like an NVIDIA DDS plugin. Yeah, so yeah, let us know, I guess, as far as how it's working out for you, Apache. Alright, we're gonna get back into our doors while we're doing that. So we got a few different things going on here. Pretty active stream. This is exactly part of the reason why I like to do what I do here on Saturdays, just to kind of be a little bit creative. You have a space in the file name, RD. Was it a space? I was trying to read that. I wasn't sure if there was, but like I already mentioned, as far as you want to steer away, I guess, as far as from using physical spaces. If you're going to use a space at all, use an underscore or camel lettering. So if you want to use capital, roll it into a lowercase, that'll sometimes give it some clarity. If you're trying to create clarity, I guess, as far as in your texture, for example, either underscore or camel lettering will work too. So far success. I reopened the i3D and GE and didn't go black. Nice. So it might have been just related to your texture. Just like Ola and I have pointed out, I guess, as far as it might have been just the naming of it, how, you know, it might have had the wrong compression on it. Could have been something as simple as that. So at least you got it open. That's good. It's nice to see, I guess, as far as more than just myself that kind of knows a little bit about these things. I appreciate your help, Ola. In more ways than one. Alright, so like I said, getting back into our door. So if there's any further complications there, feel free to let us know. Or if you got something else to share, feel free. This is why we do these streams here on Saturdays on the channel. Not only to be creative, but also be kind of troubleshoot stuff. We've all dealt with our own issues, I guess, as far as with stuff like that. I tend to take steps, I guess, as far as to ensure I don't have those problems, I guess, as far as that's kind of where I'm at in my tenure with this stuff, but yeah. And you got it showing up in the game. Awesome. Absolutely, Apache. Glad we can help you get that figured out. Yeah, I know there's nothing more annoying, I guess, as far as that you want to create something as simple as a sign, and it's like, what am I doing wrong? It's just like, it's nice to know, I guess, as far as that we have those like myself and Ola. Again, appreciate very much, Ola, I guess, as far as for being around, I guess, as far as to kind of troubleshoot it. Yeah, see, and I've got several more. So on the YouTube channel there, Ola, if you're not following on that too, I got a lot more information on the YouTube channel, I guess, as far as that covers a lot of the same stuff that we just went over. So I've had the same struggles, just like Apache's have. It's just like, and sometimes I fall flat on my face. It's just like, okay, what am I doing wrong? And I never let that get in the way of continuing to, to figure stuff out. There's always somebody that knows. I guess that's basically what it comes down to. There's always somebody that knows. Oh yeah, it's very understandable, Apache. I think we've all been there. Like I said, I guess, as far as to just lose your mind. It's like, what the hell am I doing wrong? It's just like, sometimes it's just something as simple as that. It can be the simplest of things. So you yourself, obviously, you do understand, I guess, as far as the process. You say when you initially mentioned it, that's all I did was just add a strip with a texture. But You know, we were able to deduce and break it down to feel like, okay, what is it telling you? Sometimes the game is very informative in the error log. The fact that it did specify that particular line in the i3D, it helped you pinpoint, I guess, as far as what to look at. So yeah. You always blame Tiger just to simply. Hey, what's up, Two Step? Yeah, we always blame Tiger, don't we? Yeah. So for some of y'all that are hanging out here that don't know Tiger Lily, just go with what Two Steps. Just roll with it. We always blame Tiger. So you had found the perfect Discord when I started out. It turned out a lot of info I got was okay, but only half the truth. Yeah, that's the same problem that I've had. I don't expect to be served on a silver platter, but sometimes you just can't figure. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Ola, for sure. I'm in the same dang boat. There's a lot of stuff, like I mentioned earlier. Yasa was asking me about how I've done my snow planes for the roofs. I really feel that there needs to be more information provided by Giants on how to create those. So most of the snow planes, I just use. I've been having to rely on just using the ones that are available readily on the buildings for what Giants provides. Right? There's no information on how to create custom ones, and you know, just like you mentioned, Ola, as far as it's very broken up information. I guess as far as, well, you do it this way or blah blah blah. It's really misinformation. No, there's really no, you know, everything else that Giants has provided to help modders, I guess, as far as be better at their craft. That's one thing that they're kind of dropping the ball on, I feel. So yeah. Doing good, bud. Cooking dinner at the moment. Nice. What do we have in there, Two Step? Please try not to make me hungry either. Yeah, I always like to know, I guess, as far as what everybody else is having. Gives me somewhat an idea. The condescending pure evil. Better than, yes, absolutely, Ola. Kind of ended almost made me stop modding. I'm right with you, Ola. I think we're on the same wavelength when it comes to that. I've gotten super discouraged, I guess, as far as by the lack of. It's just like, it almost seems like when somebody figures something out, it's like that's their own thing. You know, this is mine. You can't have it. It's such crap, in my opinion. You left the Discord. Best thing I ever did was learn a lot on my own. Took a long time though, and over time, dude, you're preaching the choir. You're preaching the choir when you mention these things. Yep, we started helping each other in the community. We got into, have grown for the better. No drama. So at least you found somewhere, I guess, as far as that, you know, was willing to be helpful. I have still yet to be able to find that. I've just been kind of growing my own. I've been kind of just growing my own out here, I guess, as far as what I do know. I don't claim to know that I know everything about Farm Sim. I know quite a bit, but there's definitely not everything I know. I do tend to rely on other modders like Farmer Andy, for example. Farmer Andy has been a huge contributor, I guess, as far as to stuff from LS Modding, for example. You know, there's a plethora of different things. He's got his own YouTube channel, I guess, as far as that. He's showcased a lot of his work. Those like Oxygen David, and just to name a couple. There's a lot of people that are like that are willing to provide the information and even the content so that you can make your map or, you know, make your mod better and stuff like that. So I don't claim to know everything about Farm Sim, but I do know quite a bit. So yeah. This is why I'll share the tools I've made in Houdini. Oh yeah, going back to that VS Code. I want to help the modders who are interested to take the next level. Right. What I guess could be called unconventional tools in FS2, but perfectly normal for... Yeah. So yeah, like I said, everybody has their own workflow. I've got my own workflow, but if there's something out there that I wasn't aware of that can make my workflow a little bit better, I'm definitely game for that. Definitely. We're not really doing much on these doors, are we? We are getting a lot of out in the open, I guess, as far as what we're all about here on the channel, especially for Saturdays. and I appreciate everybody that's sticking around for that. Hopefully you're finding this very informative as well as useful. That's the whole point of doing this. And I appreciate you sharing those tools too. Feeling confident enough to be able to do that. You can share a video of what I've got for the road tool I've made with Houdini. I've only heard a little bit about Houdini, so you got a road tool. Is that anything like the spline tool, I guess, as far as for roads? Because I know if Apache's still sticking around, I know he was doing he's doing a 16x map. And I know he was asking me last week about road tools. Because it makes a spline in GE and export it, make a new spline. That's almost sounds like the same thing with the road spline tool. I forget who made that. Apache has more information on that. I typically try to make my own roads based on terrain, based on 3D edit, but I also do them manually too, as opposed to a spline. But I can definitely assume, at least anyway, if Apache's still hanging around here, that he would probably be interested in that. I can definitely imagine. So yeah, whatever information you have on that, Ola, you can feel free to share that if you wish. Again, I ain't trying to, force it out of you, whatever. If you're willing to and you want to, feel free. Very much appreciate it. But yeah, usually the approach that I take to doing, it's somewhat on the same lines of what Giants does. The only thing that I don't do is use that Terraform shader, like they've got in Elm Creek and such in the default maps. I tend to bring the terrain into the modeling program, in my case 3ds Max, and in a lot of cases I have to bring it in chunks because it's a lot of data with that terrain in the map. But I'll bring that into my modeling program, and I'll actually, if it's something that's contoured, that I need more contoured, I'll bring and model it in that way. If it's a relatively flat road, I'll just bring in pieces, I guess, as far as that, and do it the traditional way of roads, as far as just to bring them in sections, and then break it down from a modeling standpoint, I guess, as far as if I need a shorter piece as opposed to a longer piece to get it to where I need it to end up. And again, it comes down to there's more than one way, I guess, as far as to accomplish the same end result. Nothing wrong with that. So it imports the height map for the map. So that would be like the DEM file. So the terrain, like I mentioned, it creates a road mesh and UV map. It flattens the landscape surrounding the road mesh. Blur the edges so it blends perfectly. Man, that sounds like that does a lot more than the spline tool that I've come to know for FarmSim. And the road mesh itself is flush with the terrain, almost like Silver Run. Oh yeah. I don't have. It's probably fair to mention I do not have the Platinum expansion. So when you mention Silver Run, I know of the map. I just haven't been able to look at the map thoroughly without having the Platinum expansion. So. See, then you export the updated height map for the road mesh. I refresh GE and height map is updated. Nice. I import the road mesh and apply the road textures. Boom. That sounds pretty cool. You just post the video of the addition of the road tool I'm working on. Nice. So this is still in development for that, Ola? I'll have to check that out later. Like I said, most of the approach that I've taken to the roads for my Dairyland 4X is just the way I explain. But, for anybody else, I know there's some out, probably hanging out here. Like I said, if Apache's still here, he's working on that 16X, you might need that. He'd probably definitely be interested. Never will be done, but it's constantly being... Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's nice to know. There's a lot of tools that I use for other games, like Mod Studio 2, for example. For American Truck Sim and ETS2. That one's constantly being developed. So it's, the fact that you've got a actively developing dev team, I guess.
Hit the pace car!
Yeah.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Brew might be interested too. Yeah, there's another one. Yeah, I was just mentioning it in there. Thanks for... The Yasso must have used that. Two-stepping did. Two-stepping, checking out our sound relay. I thought maybe it was Yasso. Yeah, I know there's more than one, but I know Apache for sure. Working on that 60 next, yeah. That was funny. At first, I almost blamed you, Yasso. That was two-step. So you made a pie menu setup, so GE is far more fluid to work in. A pie menu? Interesting. So as opposed to the stuff that shows up at the top of Giants Editor, you mean? Two-step, having fun with those. So that was a really fun one. I don't know if I explained to most that are hanging out in there, but that Sound Alert Redemption is from one of our good friends, John Von Zabi. He's another content creator here on the Twitch platform that's been mostly streaming in the mornings. So he's like, he's a third shift worker, IRL. And yeah, when he does get a chance to stream, I guess as far as he streams in the morning, he's been doing, can't remember what game he's been doing lately. A lot of, he does some RPGs and MMOs. But through one of his gameplays, that's courtesy of one of his gameplays, we happen to clip his, he likes to make his own sound effects for playing games, and that just happens to be one of them. I don't even remember which game it was that he was playing. I thought it was hilarious. And he has given us the privilege of being able to use that as a sound alert redemption over here on this channel. So thanks to John Von. Can use pie menus to trigger shortcuts. Nice. Yeah, see, I have to be honest, I haven't gone so far, I guess, as far as to change, I guess, as far as the original integrity of, say, the Giants Editor. I know there's the ability to do it, for sure. I don't deny that at all. But I think, as we've been mentioning, as far as anything that makes the whole workflow that you have, as far as a little bit easier to deal with, yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Weasel? I don't know if I'm familiar with that name. Help me make a tool so I can make keyboard shortcuts for anything in GE, thus the pie menu triggers for shortcuts. Nice. That way I can easily run a script without opening the script menu. And yeah, I imagine that brings. See, even with the whole use of scripts, I don't use a lot of that feature, I guess, as far as in Giants Editor. I know it's there. And very well the fact that it's there. Like, one of the scripts that I use that's built in is the field definitions. So being able to turn that on when you're in that transform for the fields, to be able to see where your fields are at, because that's helpful. The fact that Giants even took it a step further with this editor to actually color the different field dimensions, much the same as it does the farmlands. I've found that very useful. You know, as far as from the editing standpoint. I mean, it's little things like that that Giants has implemented into the Giants editor by default. It's super helpful. You wouldn't survive making 16x map without scripts. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've definitely tried my hand, I guess, as far as doing that. I've had enough trouble with trying to do a 4x. That's what we've been developing here as of late. We're getting closer to the finish line on the 4x, but the 4x is plenty for me. I can't even imagine 16x. I mean, just do the math on it. That's basically four 4x maps in one. That's just massive. I'm just like, no thank you. I'll leave that up to the more endurant types, I guess, as you could say. Anywho, yeah, this, you know, I'm kind of you know, in a zone here, I guess, as far as the, you know, a lot of information's been shared, and it's like, I appreciated those, like Ola. I don't know if Apache, I'm waiting for Apache to chime back in. I'm assuming he's probably just ecstatic. He's like, I got my sign work, and he's probably telling everybody. I don't blame him. I'll blame him. One is nothing better, I guess, as far as being able to figure a problem out and being able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Nothing more satisfying, I guess, as far as than that. Speaking of being satisfied, what I want to do with these doors, I want to redetach. Where are we at time-wise? Holy crap, we're already over 3 hours. Yeah, pretty cool. So what I wanted to be able to do, so what I'm more than likely going to have to do, and Ola, you might have, anybody else, anybody that's in here might have experienced the same deal. Whenever you export a model or a piece out of 3ds Max, doesn't matter what version, when you use the exporter, the Giants exporter, it doesn't maintain the pivot in the same spot where you want it. So like if you wanted it on this hinge, when you export that out there, it's going to move that pivot just to the center of the model. So usually what I end up having to do for stuff that I want to pivot in a particular position, I'll bring that model, in this case these doors, into Blender, set the pivot where I want it based on, you know, a couple different ways to go about it. When I use the exporter, the Giants exporter in Blender, it maintains that pivot in that position. That's the only other reason I'll use Blender, besides being able to maintain the building shader stuff. Yeah. iModel and Modo, move pivots. I'm not familiar with that program. Open FBX and Blender. Yeah, so you've got a different i3D exporter than what Giants has, so that's probably something else. I'm going to be very upfront. I don't care to use Blender. If I can stay away from modeling in Blender, I will avoid it as much as I can. There are some things in particular, like I've already mentioned, as far as with the pivot being where I want it, and also being able to apply building shader, because you got to have that second UV. You can't do that in Max. This version of Max that I use doesn't allow that. So that's the only other reason I'll use Blender, is to be able to utilize those aspects. The Giants exporter is useless, in my opinion, or I've never understood it. Well, the exporter, you need that, I guess, as far as to be able to get your model into Giants editor. That's really all the exporter does. It just puts all the data from the shapes file to be able to produce the shapes file, so you can have Giants editor will actually be able to open that either binary or otherwise. That's all that exporter really does. Because as you can, I'm sure you've been able to tell, Ola, and for anybody else that has taken the initiative to do that, when you open up the i3D, all it is just the coded text for your model, your texture coordinates, the position of the transforms, and so on and so forth. That's all it is, along with your shapes file. Yeah, I mean, if it works for you, I'm not disclaiming it or anything like that. It's just I can understand that there's other versions of the i3D exporter. The ones that I use, both in Max and in Blender, my version of Blender, which is an older version of Blender, that's probably another fair mention, are just the ones that come from Giants Developer Network. So it's nothing that's modified like the one you're mentioning. And I'm just putting that out there for clarity. If you found something that works for you, then absolutely go with it. But different flags don't flow, or don't get a visual cue that it actually works. Right. No, the only cue that you can really get is if you export it out, and if you open it up in the editor, and if you're getting anything in the console, or if you're getting something visual show up in the viewport that shows it that's like, hey, something ain't right, that's your only visual cue. You know, but I think, as you've already pointed out, you're kind of much the same with I need to see the code for it. So like, I need to see something in writing, I guess, as far as that there's a problem, on top of just having the visual that you see in the viewport or in the console. You know, when I say console, I'm talking about this console. So if it doesn't give me an error or a warning, I guess, as far as, like, for example, and we'll probably see this once I bring the doors into Blender, it'll probably give me the error that the UV is out of range, because for some reason Giants found it necessary. And on one hand, I understand to an extent why they did it, but a lot of their UVs for their default models, like this shed and other models that we've been able to break down and make it into something else, we have found that whatever the UVs are so spread out, they're so far from ground zero as far as 0, 0, it's ridiculous. It almost looks like somebody you know, like different hands had stepped on the same model, and so each person basically UV unwrapped one part of the model and then just brought it all together, and they just left the UV map just totally spread out. I don't know if that's exactly what they did, but that's what it seems like. And you'll get that error in the console to say that once you export it out with all those UVs spread out like that, it'll give you that it's out of range. It's not really a problem, but it's something that the Giants engine will pick up as these UVs aren't where they're supposed to be. I just found that pretty comical, I guess, as far as that we do see that even going on with Giants' original models. Yep. But if that i3D exporter is working for you, then yeah, I'm not. Who's to tell you to do otherwise? Yeah, as far as to not use it. So yeah, I'm checking out this video. Oh, I like that. I'm definitely gonna have to check that out later there, Ola. Oh, that's pretty handy. Oh dang, that's pretty cool. I like it. There's the road tool. Yeah, appreciate you sharing that information there, Ola. That looks very useful. So regardless of if anybody uses it or not, it does give you some insight, I guess, as far as some useful tools that are out there. I like that pie menu. That's pretty neat. Wow. Yeah, so for anybody else that is interested in knowing this information, feel free to let me know. Holy crap, that scared the crap out of me. That woke me up. I think everybody's woke up now. Thanks, Two Step. Appreciate you. Oh my. Two Step having some fun, I guess, as far as the sound alerts. Alright, I see Apache's in here. I'm actually going to give yeah. I see Apache came in. He's in here too. I'm still waiting to hear from hopefully Apache. I think he's just super ecstatic as far as he got that sign working. That's totally understandable. I would be too. Alright, let's do that. Just want to make sure anybody that would necessarily want to have that role, if there is anybody hanging out in chat that wants to have the Farm Sim editing role, I guess as far as for the Rock Nation Discord, feel free to let me know. Need to lower the volume now? that one is pretty loud. It got me too, yeah, so I had to readjust my I definitely had to adjust my my hearing. My earbuds I had in. Yikes. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for checking that out there, Two Step. Oh yeah, I think we're all awake now, Two Step. I think that's about the only one I have that loud. I think there's only one other one, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'm not telling you. Not telling you. Yeah, so for anybody that is in that... Oh, no. I forgot about that one, too. There's another one. Be right back. Record a new sample of the roll tool. Nice. Ola getting... and see, that's another thing that, you know, it's nice to see, I guess, as far as... So, those that come in here like Ola obviously have... Apache has their own little projects going on. You coming in here, you know, it's like if you need insight on something, you can get the insight that you need to be able to progress, right? So it's super frustrating, I guess, as far as when you're stuck on something because something is broken. I've been there. I know what that's like, and it's... You get frustrated, and sometimes you find yourself just putting it down and not want to bother with it again. You don't want to do that. If it's something that you like, you know, you've been able to accomplish some things at some point, and you get one little hurdle in the road there, you don't want that to get in your way. You don't want that to get in your way. So it's like if you can get past that hurdle to be able to progress and figure out what else you can do, then that's positive progress. So that's what we want to emphasize, I guess, when we're over here. I'm just glad the stream is holding on, and it's probably because of all the interaction here. I think sometimes when the stream goes stagnant, when there's no interaction there, it tends to crap out. So the fact that we're well over 3 hours into this, And we really haven't done much more with our doors, so we're gonna actually, if there's no other questions or concerns, I guess as far as that, we're gonna continue with our doors. So we already fixed the one side of the doors, which is cool. What I want to be able to do is detach from the one side and be able to put it on the other side. So I think the approach I'm gonna take with this is just go ahead and delete the ones on the opposite side. We don't really need them. I know I detached them before, but I'm pretty confident, I guess, as far as we'll be able to just detach the other side, flip it, and then bring it to the other side pretty easily. So we're just going to delete this side on both doors, and just going to go from there. Okay. So take those right out. Now, since we're already in this door, select this poly, detach it. And this one's the first door, so we'll do GS door 1. We're going to need to make a clone of this, is the only reason why. So much the same procedure that I did previously kind of rolls right into what I'm trying to do here. So if I rename this so I know which door it is, so in my items list, some more clarity to be able to clone the proper one, be able to flip the polys and still have both sides and be able to collapse it back down and have a completely refinished door. Alright, so let's name this GS door 1. Okay, and then it'll give us some clarity in our items list here. Okay, so that's good. I got everything else hidden, so everything's still here, just hidden and out of view, I guess, as far as, so we can just focus on just the specific item with the doors is all. Just in case anybody was wondering. Very much appreciate everybody sticking around too. Hopefully everybody is finding this stream useful. This is the most active Spline Design Studios Saturday that we've had in a while. I very much appreciate that. Alright, so we detached that, just making sure. Now we'll do it on this door. Much the same way, like this poly. Attach that, and we'll do this one as GS door 2. This is our second door. And GS is just kind of short for garden shed. And I'm using what I was explaining earlier, I guess, as far as using camel lettering. So as opposed to using physical spaces or even underscores, you can use camel lettering to kind of give it more clarity for the naming of your items. Finding GS door 2. Alright, cool. So we got that detached. Now we got those two independent. Now what we need to do is actually... Wait, why did that not... The heck? Didn't put that as 2. Why did you not put that as 2? Hold on a second. Do I already got a 2 in here? I probably do. Probably still hidden. Let me try this again. Do I have it hidden? So GS door 2. Let me see if I got something hidden. I do. So this is probably the I don't need this one anymore. Yep, so I was wondering why it renamed it, I guess, as far as the fact that I already had GS2 in here. So now I got 2 GS2s. Crap, now I just confused myself. So this one I just brought out, that was one that was hidden. I can delete this one. Don't need that one. Good. Alright, so now we should just have the one GS. Oh, nope, I did the wrong one. Son of a gun. Let's bring that back. And the way I can tell is because it had that break in the poly. You saw that diagonal line in the cranium nanogon. That's how I could tell that it was not the right one. Alright, so let's do... Bring it back. There we go. Alright, so now we should have both of them back in there. So this is the one I need to delete. Yep. It's got that split in there. Our new one does not have that. So we can delete this one. Now we should just be left with the new one. There we go. Now we're Gucci. Alright, so now we got our GS door 2. So we created some more clarity, I guess, as far as our item list. I didn't realize I still had that previously detached skin, I guess, as far as for that second door. Now we got that. We got rid of it, so we're good to go. All Gucci, like I said. So I guess while we're in this door, we can go ahead and clone this skin. clone that as a copy, and we'll do this as 2B. Or not 2B. Okay, so we know it's related to the same door, it's only going to be the other side. Now we got 2 of the same thing. Now we want to take on 2B, go into that poly, and flip it. You can put it to the back side of that door. So the poly, for the texture on that poly, would be facing the way we want it to be. Flip it. Alright, now we can take 2B, and we're just going to pull this out a little bit, like so. And let me render this real quick to make sure that it is faced the right way. Voila, see it? We want the texture facing this way. So the fact that we don't see texture on there yet because we got that detached, once we get that applied there to the physical door, then it'll be where it needs to be. Wait, let's do that. Now we'll just, I think we'll just do some vert snaps. I think that'll be easy enough. We'll go by vertex, and we want to make sure we get this to the right vertex. And by that, we want to get it to the back side of the door, not the front side of the door. Just like that. So this will be the same exact pattern on the back side of the door as it does on the front side of the door. Alright, and do the same thing on the bottom. Alright, I want to make sure I don't get it snapped to the other door. I can definitely do that. In fact, let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and hide the other door. Just for now. Oh, that was just the panel. Hold on. Let me hide that whole door. So let's do... That's our first door shape. Let's hide that. We can always bring that back. Cool. There. Now I can just make sure it's out of the way and I'm not going to snap that inadvertently because it's first to the wrong door. Because that can happen. Yeah, this door is definitely narrower. I'll be dang. It's not only narrower, but it's also thinner. Fair enough. Alright, so we need to snap that right to there. Cool. Now we just gotta get the other corner. I'm feeling pretty accomplished, I guess, as far as with helping out Apache, I guess, as far as on the sign. And then getting the help, I guess, as far as from you, the viewers. Right, so I don't know why. I've never noticed this before, but apparently, why is it so much thinner on the bottom? Did I delete something that I didn't realize? I think I might have. That's rather peculiar. Let me check something here real quick. I don't know. Did my times this shuts off on me? Nope. They're still good. Yeah. So what I'm questioning right now is the fact that why on the bottom here doesn't have the same thickness as it does on the top. That is kind of strange. I might have to fix that. I think I'm going to fix that. I don't like how it's narrower on the bottom. Let me see in my look in here real quick. Do we have the same issue there? Oop, come on now. One way we can find out, let's go to, each of these doors are separate in here as well. Let's just find out what's going on with it. So we got garden shed. Those doors. Let me hide this one. And I might have to readjust my light. Put some light in the subject. That should work. Okay, let's see what we got here. Is that the same? Well, I'll be dang, it sure does. Huh. You know what? We're going to have to fix that. That's definitely something we want to fix. So I want to have the same thickness as we do at the top. Yeah, see how this thickness, we can see that thickness right here? We don't have that on the bottom. So it might have been, that probably goes back to when I originally parted this all out here. I might have inadvertently deleted poly. So we can recreate that edge for this door while we're at it. So I think we'll do that. Yep, I think we'll go and do that. So I don't have this collapsed yet, necessarily. So what I can do, or welded together, I should say better. Let me, we're not too far into this. Let's go ahead and back this up. Okay. There we go. Let's put that right back like this. So now we want to re-hide that door. Get that out of the way. Okay. And we need to... So I think what poly we do have here, I'm going to remove that and just create a new poly on this edge. Wait a minute. There's not even a poly there. What the heck is going on there? Hold on a minute. Close that. There's no poly there at all. What in the world? Okay, that's an even bigger problem. Nothing we can't fix though, that's for sure. Okay. So I'm seeing what's going on here now. So it was hollow. Is that what? Look at this again. I think, okay, there was no edge on this door at all. So yeah, we can see how this one, yeah, so just to confirm in our Giants editor, there was no edge on this door at all. I must have went a little too far with anything out there. So we need to put an edge on this door. There was no edge. There's no polys there at all. So we need to definitely fix that edge on that door. Almost 10 minutes long. Holy crap. I don't know how to explain the tool any quicker way. Hey, whichever works. I know a lot of times I can tend to be long-winded, I guess, as far as explaining things. Sometimes it's just easier to keep it simple. Use the KISS factor. Keep it simple. Yeah, so we need to put an edge on that door anyway. Yeah, if you're like me, Ola, I guess as far as you tend to get long-winded, I guess as far as explaining stuff, sometimes it's better to stick with the point of what you meant. And if anybody has so it opens up dialogue. So if there's further explanation that needs to be done, you know, that can be discussed, I guess, as far as post-fact. So if you, I always like to, so when I do videos, I guess as far as how-tos, I tend to do like bullet points and stay on point and not drag it out. So there might be other options, I guess, as far as for what you're doing, but it's just like, just stick with one point, and if there tends to be someone that has, you know, further discussion, it kind of opens up a mode of dialogue. You thought you did? I just, speaking from experience for myself there, I know I can tend to drag it out, I guess, as far as like, well, you can do it this way, but then there's this way, and you go off on a tangent, and before you know it, it's like, yeah, like you said, as far as getting up with a 10-minute video instead of like a simple 2-3 minute video. Alright, so anyway, yeah, we need to add an edge to this door. It had no edge there, so yeah, we definitely need to fix that. So one thing I do want to do, I noticed on the bottom, it's only got this one sliver of a bottom, so we need to actually create 2 new edges. So let's do that. That should be pretty simple. So we're going into this door, we're in 2, yep. Take this out, and we're going to create 2 new edges based on an edge. I think that'll be the easiest way to do it. So we'll do the bottom edge first. Wait a minute. Okay. Alright, I guess we're going by this edge then. I see what happened. Alright, cool. So we can go by this edge. We'll drag this one out. That'll work. We'll go up this way. Now, that's going to be on the bottom of the door, so you're not really going to see that. So as far as the way it's textured, it's not really going to matter too much. And probably not so much on that very edge, too. We'll do the same procedure, I guess, as far as we did on the bottom, but let's just see how it looks. We can go from there. Make it super clip, don't explain it all video. Oh, there you go. Okay. Okay, so we can vert snap this guy right to there. And then all we need is, for this one, is just the X. Bring it out to the same level. Oops, so we'll turn off our snaps and verts. Now we need the X coordinate of that, we'll copy it. And move this one out that level. There we go. That'll be nice and straight edge there. So there's our bottom. Now, which way is this face? That is the right way. Cool. Nice. Alright, so now we can build out this edge. That's based on GS Door 2. That'll work. So we'll go edge on that. Oh crap. Where's the edge? Oh, you dirty rat. Did it select the edge? I can't tell. Ow, crap, I can't tell if it did or not. I think it did. It's just hard to tell because it blends in with the color of the texture. There's the gizmo. Well, yeah, I guess we do have it highlighted. So let's see if we can drag it out. Oop. Sure did. Nice. So yeah, the texturing of that won't be too terrible. So we want to snap it to here. Yep, so we can vert snap that. We basically had to create two new edges is all. Snap that there, and here on the bottom. There we go. Okay, let's see if we're where we need to be. Now, I still got to put this panel onto it, so that's why we got it still hollow. Yeah, that looks good. Nice. So I think the other approach I'm going to take, I haven't been doing that with a lot of these, I'm going to go ahead and weld it. Weld those verts together. Yeah, turn the snaps off. Should be two verts. Nope, that's one vertex. I'm going to go ahead and weld it anyway, just to make sure. All in one piece. There we go. Go there and up at the top. You know what? I do got a north graphic. Okay, just making sure. We'll get these two. Yep, that's just one vertex. We'll just weld it just to make sure. Nice. Alright, so we got our two new edges for our bottom and our edge. So we definitely had some additional issues than what we thought we had. So we didn't have an edge in there, no, and we confirmed it in here. So if we zoom in on this, you can definitely see that we had no edge on that even previously, so we just fixed that. So it was definitely more than just the broken poly. We definitely had some other items that we needed to fix on that. That's good. That is good. All right. Nice. Check this out here real quick. Alright, just making sure everything is good on my end here. Everything's running nice and cool as a cucumber. Like to see it. Alright, so getting right back into it. So now we need to put our new panel on the back side of that door. Okay. Now we can select this guy. Now we can snap. Now we got something to snap to. Now we got that new edge there. And we have consistent thickness, I guess, on that door all the way around. Definitely like that. So we'll go back to vert snap. Now we can clearly see where we need to snap these items. These vertices too. Much more better. More better. Okay. Sweet. Alright. Now, we should be able to collapse that all down into two separate doors. All that being done. Alright, so we should have 2 and 2B, and then also our main door 2 shape, and then our 2 sides, so we need to collapse those all together. Alright, so we'll select all those pieces and collapse that down. Like so. Nice. And then put that pivot. So I got the pivot here, but again, we'll come to finding this as far as when I spit that out as an i3D. I'll kind of go through the motions like what I was talking there. It will not maintain that pivot in that spot. We'll just center it, which is kind of annoying. That's usually why I'll end up bringing it into Blender. Fix that. More better, yes, absolutely. You forgot to irritate the bot. Yeah, don't forget the. You got to keep the bot feeling important. Yep. That goes for anybody that is hanging out in chat. You are earning yourself units of fluids as the stream is live. You can always check your units of fluids. Exclamation point fluids. The bot should have hopefully been letting you all know. If it didn't, you can check your fluids there. Obviously, I got a lot because you know I'm a millionaire channel and all that stuff. But yeah, you can play slots. You can play for 10 units of fluids per play. Yeah, nice. Oh, look at that! Look at that! So rigged, so rigged. That is the maximum jackpot you can get, by the way, there, folks. That was a lucky pull. Nothing but a lucky pull. Yeah, some of the mini chat games are on a cooldown, so just keep that in mind too. There's also a shot that you can give yourself. You can minish yourself every few minutes. That's a kind of a premium deal. Whoop, helps if you spell it right. Oh my goodness, I still spelled it wrong. G and H are too close together, I guess. What in the world, bot? What are you doing? Oh, spelled it wrong again. Yeah. I'm not doing very good at demonstrating. There we go. So you can get yourself a maximum of 100 units of fluid per shot. Keep in mind, like I said, though, you can only administer one of those every few minutes. Yep. Right. Nope. I saw the error in my ways there twice. So the bot only going to do. Oh, we almost got one. Yeah, the fact that I got that on that first pull there, that is the maximum jackpot you can get with the 3 Mr. Destructions. 1,000 units of fluid. You know what? For everybody that is hanging out and chatting here, even in the lurking capacity, and often doing other things, just for everybody hanging out and just being cool, let me do this real quick and just reward everybody some additional units of fluid. Like I said, you are earning it even if you are in the stream here live, as the stream is live. Alright, just gotta find my I can't do this in the bot. I gotta do this over here. If I try to do it in the bot, he's gonna be like, what are you trying to do to me? You done your bit to irritate him? Yeah. You wouldn't be the only one. Alright, so let's do this. Yeah, so just for everybody just sitting, dropping in here and just being cool, there's some additional units of fluids. Nice. Appreciate everybody sticking around. I'm having fun. I hope everybody else is having fun too. We're definitely doing something wrong if we're not having fun. Alright, so we got this one. This door is all collapsed. Now we need to collapse the other door. Alright. And as you can tell, like I already pointed out, this pivot is where I want that to be. But it won't present itself that way if we were to i3D export or even go through OBJ. to bring it into Blender. So I'll kind of show both methods, I guess, as far as to prove my point, I guess, as far as on that. I haven't figured out any other way, I guess, as far as to maintain that pivot on i3D export. So I've got my means, I guess, as far as to make that happen, though. Just creates an additional step, I suppose. Alright, that door's done. Let's bring over our other pieces for our first door. So we need this guy. Okay. And okay, I know what I didn't do on this door yet. So I still got to make a clone of that. Yep, I'm still gonna make a clone of that, like we did on the other side. Clone and make this a 1B. Okay. That'll be for the other side. And while we got 1B selected, select that poly and flip it. Voila. Now we'll be able to use that for the back side of our door. Now I already took off. I think I did. Let's go into our shape here. I'm gonna hide this other door. Now that that's done, we'll move that out of the way just for now. Alright, so we're gonna go into our door 1. Behind door 1. Yep, so we already got that. That poly is already off of there. We deleted those previously on both back sides of the door. Now I just need to take this 1B that we already flipped. Pull that out. And we'll just vert snap to the back side of this door. Like so. Yeah, so I think they did it on purpose to kind of create it narrower on one edge and thicker on the other. I think it gives it a little uniqueness, as I pointed out earlier, on the way this shed's designed. There's a lot of that integrity to the original piece that I tend to maintain. Okay. Nice. So there's our new door with our new panels on both sides. This one didn't need to fix the edges as much as the other door. It's really narrow on the one side in comparison to the other side. It's kind of like a wedge. We're definitely just going to keep it that way, though. Okay, so this one, turn off the snaps. Let's go ahead and collapse that one down now. Actually, let me confirm that the side is facing the right way, so let's render that real quick. Yep, so we're good on that side. Check this side. This is the side that faces out. See the hinges there. And that side's good. Alright, cool. Now we can just piece these all together. So we'll take this shape and both sides, front and back, and collapse it all together. Collapse. Selected. Yes. So I'm going to keep that pivot right where it's at. Convert this back to editable poly. Let's bring back the other door. Yep, I'm going to bring this one back out and convert that back to editable poly. Now, the other thing is, I'll bring these doors out independently. So not in one piece. I'll bring them out independently. So we'll do the door 1 as a separate OBJ and i3D, and then the door 2 as a separate i3D and OBJ. I just want to show the comparison of what I mentioned as far as it maintaining that pivot, and why I take the approach that I do as far as to bring it into Blender to get the pivot where I want it, which is on that hinge, that middle hinge in particular. Because as we can see here, that's where I've got that pivot. It's right on that middle hinge. So what we're trying to get it to accomplish is to be able to pivot just like that. So the other door is just hidden. So we're gonna leave these two doors in here for now until we can get those other ones exported out. It is turning out nice so far. This will be a nice little tweak, I guess, as far as on what we already had. Okay. So I think before I go any further, I want to create a new starting scene. So we'll do select all, unhide all of that. Now I'm going to save it at this point. This will be our starting scene, I guess, as far as so. If at some point when we export and something doesn't go right, we can always revert back to this scene and start fresh. So we'll save it. Voila. Cool. Now we can isolate just the one door each at a time as far as to export that out. I'm just gonna go from there. So we got this guy out. So we'll do a select all. We want to narrow it just to the one door, which is this guy. Delete everything else out. Okay. Now we'll export this out to our... Nope, we want to go to our working folder. Is that the one? Yes, it is. Alright, so let's do this as door 1. Yeah, door 1 will be fine. For our purposes, so we'll do door 1. That says an I3D. Just for clarity. And then I'll do it also as an OBJ. So we can potentially bring it into Blender. So we'll say select OBJ. And save that one as door 1. Now, because they're in two different file formats, it's not going to step on the I3D. It'll be two separate files. Okay, so on this one here, I do want the texture coordinates. Yep, that'll work. Now, the other thing I can do is actually just open up this this I3D that we spit out and make an OBJ from that right in Giant's editor. I can do it either way. Definitely do it either way. Just posted the 2-minute version of the Road 2 video. Nice. See, cut off. You got it narrowed down to 2 minutes instead of 10. That's interesting. Interesting. We'll have to check that out, I guess, as far as at some point here. Just want to focus on the doors here for a moment. Alright, so I think I will take the approach, instead of using the OBJ, it'll be the same format as what I did in Max here. So now that I've already explained that, I think I will just create the OBJ right from Giant's editor. So when we open up that i3D in Giant's editor, we'll just go that route. I'm going to actually delete this one. Okay. Now what we can do, let's open this up here. I need to change this in $day to this. This will still work this way, just to kind of yeah, so we're going to do what's called $data to make it relative, I guess, as far as to where the game install is. Right, so no matter where we open it, it's still going to refer to that file that's in the base game. Okay, so that's all we need to do there. So let's save that. Alright, so we don't need that XML just yet. Now we can open this up in a separate session of Giant's editor and go from there. You just show the tool, not the stuff that goes on behind the nose. Gotcha. Yeah, sometimes, like I said, sometimes it's easier just to stay on point with what you're trying to. So obviously you're able to shave off 8 minutes. That's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Okay. So here's our new door. Now what I want to do here initially is, so for one thing, I don't need a rigid body on it because we got a separate collision for that. I'm gonna take that out. So that's so again, this is the i3D exporter that I'm using for Max is the one that comes from Giants, and I'll immediately just apply a rigid body to it by default. Now this is the other thing I wanted to point out: the fact that see where it put the pivot? It doesn't maintain it where I initially had it when I was in Giants Max. So this is part of the reason why I usually have to export it out as an OBJ, put it in Blender, and put the pivot where I want it, and use that. The Giants i3D exporter for Blender seems to maintain the pivot. So why it doesn't work for Max in comparison to Blender, I have no clue, but this is the other point that I was going to make. See where it puts the pivot? When I do the i3D export, it doesn't keep it on that middle hinge like I had it. So what I'll end up doing is actually taking this, making an OBJ of this so that I can bring it into Blender, put the pivot where I want it, and then export it via Blender, and then it should be fine. The other thing that we did, and I almost forgot about, and we can actually apply this much the same as we did earlier. So for those that didn't see this, what I did was I created a separate material for our doors. That's a Garden Shed 03B as opposed to the rest of the shed, so that we could control how it applied the snow scale based on the placeable shader. So we can do that actually to this one here too. I'm not going to worry about doing it just yet, only because we still got some editing to do, I guess, as far as in Blender. But we will be able to apply a separate material name, I guess, as far as to this, so we can keep them separate from the whole rest of the shed, as far as how we apply that placeable shader, particularly, I guess, as far as with that snow scale. Alright, so the model does load up here. Let's I'm just gonna leave it like this because there's more that we got to do yet. So let's go ahead and export this out. Export selection, and I want to go to my working directory here. That's my progress. And we want to do this one as an OBJ. So I'm doing an OBJ via. There's really no difference between how I do it from Max or Giants Editor. It's OBJ is OBJ, just like 3DS is 3DS. They definitely have their own. I wish there was, and I've definitely screamed from the mountaintops, I guess, as far as that, Giants would allow other formats besides just OBJ export, I guess, as far as from Giants Editor. So to be like FBX or even DAE, it'd be very beneficial. So whether or not they will actually apply that and update to Giants Editor, so to be seen. With all that said, we're just going to follow our route. So we're going to save this as door 1 OBJ right from Giants Editor. Okay, so we should have that right there. Now we should be able to open this up in Blender. So before I go that far, I want to get the other door out first and do the same thing as that. So we're going to bring this all back, get the second door, and do that. And that way we'll have both doors in OBJ and be able to bring those into Blender. What's DAE got over FBX, for instance? So DAE is a I forget what the it's digital. I forget what it actually stands for, but DAE we've used quite a bit for the use of LiDAR information as far as real cloud point data. DAE can you can include a lot more information into a DAE file than you can in FBX. So yeah, definitely with cloud point data, like such as from like LiDAR, as far as like real world information, I guess, as far as LiDAR, if you're familiar with that, it just allows to bring that in more than it can with an FBX. That's in a nutshell. DAE is just another file format. We can actually export from 3ds Max and DAE format. It just allows more information than FBX can handle, as far as vertices and tries and stuff like that in comparison. So it's just another file export that allows more information, just to put it simply. So what we need to do is bring out this other door. But yeah, we use that heavily. So some of the other things that we have divulged ourselves here on the channel is to use LiDAR for creating tracks for racing simulations like NASCAR Racing 2003 season. In fact, we do have a track based on one of those builds that's based on LiDAR and using DAE and so on. We made a model of a track in our Dairyland 4X deal. So we'll probably get a chance to show that, I guess, first once we get to that. Familiar with LiDAR, just never used DAE myself, except I've had extremely bad experience with clients sending DAE and the geometry was junk. It depends on the cloud point data. So, yeah, definitely, just like any other format, if it was in another format besides DAE in the first place, so like if you're creating a model from scratch, for example, we'll just use that as an example, and you spit it out as a DAE, it may not be as good a quality as it is, say, in either Max or Blender format, or even OBJ, or let alone FBX. FBX definitely seems to be the standard for, I'm going to call it middle of the ground, middle of the road, type of maintaining of, integrity of a model and the texture UV mapping. I like DAE, like I said, I guess as far as for using point cloud data, because it has so much more information in it than FBX can provide. So it just really depends on what the DAE was created on. What model data was it created on in the first place, as far as what creates it to be junk. That's really all it comes down to. The model was a polygonal model sent to me as DAE. Right, so if the model was created from scratch, as opposed to, say, LiDAR information, that'll make a difference as far as how the DAE will be comprised. It really just comes down to, just like I've shown, I guess, as far as being able to take the model and put it in OBJ in any other format that I want. I can even do this in FBX if I wanted to and bring it into Blender. It's kind of more preference, I guess, as far as anything. If you find that one format will give you a better result and better maintaining the integrity of the model, the mesh, and the UV mapping and so on, FBX seems to be the best way to go. That's why I was saying it would be so nice if Giants would implement the ability, I guess, as far as to bring in different export file types like FBX and DAE, because it would allow you, I guess, as far as to have the model when you open it up into another program like Blender, everything is right there. It's just like opening up a scene and it's all ready. You don't have to point and get this all set up, I guess, as far as to get the texture applied and yada yada. It's all right there. FBX definitely has that, as well as DAE, whereas OBJ does not. OBJ is just like a glorified 3ds format where it'll show you the model, but you still, and the UV mapping will be there, but you still got to apply it, right? And I'm sure you've had that experience there too. Only light editor I've used comes in LAS. Yeah, that's one format. So there's LAZ, there's LAS, all those different types of formats. Just it depends on how much cloud point data is in the scan. Most of them are like from top down, for example, and we got a lot of information for what we've used for our track builds on the YouTube channel. So feel free to check out the YouTube channel to see what's going on with that. Plenty of that is explained. So I don't want to dedicate a whole stream, I guess, as far as for just explaining all that. There's a lot of it already explained. But that's just to put it in a nutshell. Let me do this. Yeah, feel free to check that out. So not only on the Rock Nation YouTube, but there's a featured channel on there, Spline Design Studios. That's the modding group to which I belong, which is hence the reason we got Spline Design Studios Saturday. So my modding partners in crime, I guess, as far as Racer James, Torch, just to name a couple, we got like 6 or 7 of us in the group that kind of collab together, I guess, as far as to come up with these new ways, I guess, as far as modeling stuff. Tracks was a really big thing for us for a while, for NASCAR Racing 2003 season, just to kind of show an old dog new tricks, being able to apply much more depth and detail into tracks on a very dinosaur of a sim game. Yeah, we got a lot of examples of some of the stuff that we've done based on previous episodes of Spline Design Studios. So yeah, definitely feel free to check those out if at your leisure. All right, so we got this exported out as OBJ. I can close this out actually. No. Okay, we need to get this other door exported out. Let's do that. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying it here, Lola. I know, definitely appreciate you. Yeah, you've been definitely contributing as far as to not only what I'm doing here, but also to Apache. I don't think we ever did hear from Apache again, so I'm assuming he's happy with what he's been able to accomplish and he's kind of moved on. Hopefully he doesn't forget about us. All right, so we need to get this other door. So we brought out door 1, which was this. We need to bring out this other door. All right, so what we need to do is highlight just that door. Got that in there, just making sure. So highlight just this door. Take everything else out. Cool. Again, taking note, I guess, as far as where the pivot's at. So just like the other door, this pivot's not going to be in the same spot when I 3D export and bring it into Giants Editor. So all the more reason I bring it into Blender to fix that. So we're going to go export. Yep, so we're still in that folder. I'm going to do this as door 2. As first off, as just an i3D. Save it as door 2. Okay. Export. Nice. Alright, and we'll bring everything back. Now, we should be able to confirm that did save in here. There it is. Let's go ahead and open it up. Oh, actually, hold on. I gotta... Now, it'll still work even if I don't do this step. I just get in the habit of doing it, just so I don't forget. Because a lot of times what will happen if I export it out via OBJ and then bring it into Blender, it won't want to read this texture, especially if it's game related. So I always like to $data it just to make sure when I do the OBJ export, the exporter in Blender doesn't get confused and be like, I don't know what texture you want me to apply. Okay, so we're just going to $data this. So that is what is considered. Whenever you hear the term as far as the $data it, all you're doing is making this location of this texture, which is base game, relative to the game installation. So it doesn't. If I give this to somebody else and they go to open it on their end, it's just going to point directly to wherever their game install is. That's basically all that does. Make it relative. Okay, so we'll save that. Now what I can do is open this up in the editor in a separate session. Yep, door 2, and we'll spit that out as an OBJ. I don't know. Was that Ola? Were you vacating? Is that what that was meant? If that was what was the case there, appreciate you sticking around and sharing some of that information there. I'll definitely be checking some of that out, and hopefully, I think you already did point out there's plenty of useful information that you've found here too. I think, yeah, it's kind of a hand-in-hand thing there. Um, 3 a.m. really? Oh, you do really need sleep. Gotcha. OBJ. Yeah, OBJ is no fun. Yeah, I was just catching up with stream. Okay, so I did. Kids won't wait for me to get all my beauty sleep. We'll check the channel. Okay, cool. So you did say that. I was just catching up. All right. Hopefully, yeah, have a good 3 a.m. Holy crap. I don't blame you. Sounds like it's been a long day for you. Cool. Yeah, I didn't hear from... Yeah, I'm just going back in here. I haven't seen Apache chime back in there, so I guess he's just happy with the result. He's been able to get that fixed for a sign. That's good. You'd love to see it. So, again, with this door, you can see where to put the pivot. Not where I want it to be. So all we're going to do is just basically spit this out as an OBJ. Alright. And we'll do this as OBJ. Yeah, I think Ola had it pretty well figured out there that it's no fun with OBJ. I mean, it's okay, I mean, it works as a kind of a glorified 3ds format. If I had my choice, I would definitely just export it as FBX if I had the option here in the editor, in Giants editor anyway. Let's say this one is door 2. Okay, and okay. All right, so just to confirm, it did spit that out. It told me that here in the console. But there's the physical OBJ. So now we should be able to bring these in Blender. Okay, and when I'm in Blender, I'm going to be sure, just like I showed previously, I guess as far as how we did the doors, to make that separate material name, so we can assign the same textures for the most part. Just be able to manipulate that placeable shader a little bit differently, as far as to remove, I guess, as far as the snow scale. Okay, we shouldn't really have a problem at this point, now that we've redone the doors, I guess, as far as both sides, the front and back. We shouldn't really have a problem. So I guess we could maybe possibly initially just keep the same material name as we do currently. And if we do continue to have the problem, if we test it in game, we can take that approach like I explained earlier, to make a separate material name so that we can manipulate that placeable shader snow scale setting. Alright, so go ahead and close that out. And now what we'll need to do is open up our Blender and bring these two in here. And I can take note for what we've got as our material name and apply that into Blender. So the OBJ format, like I said, is just a glorified 3ds format, to where we still have to apply the texture to the model based on material name. Okay, so let's open up our Blender. I think what I will do, actually, I'm kind of done here with Max. Yeah, let me go ahead and close this one down. We already got our scene saved, so if we ever want to come back to this, we can totally do that. But I think I'm done in here, so let's do ahead, reset. Don't want to save that. It's already saved. Get out of that. Let's go into Blender. And this is an older version of Blender. This is the one it works for me. And just like Ola was mentioning there earlier, it's like once you find something that works for you with what you're trying to do, it's easy to stick with that. Let's see, Alpaca bounced out a while back, right after you helped and figure stuff out. Right, that's what I kind of figured. I'm sure he's probably, I think he said he was making something for Jimmy. So I'm sure he's probably over there showing how he got that to work and stuff. So that's good. It's nice to be helpful sometimes. All right, so here we are in Blender, and it is an older version. It's 2.79. 2.79. So it is a very old version. I know there's much newer versions, but this exporter that I've used for that, which comes from Giants, is one that has been proven solid for me, so I just kind of stick with it. Alright, so we're going to open up this first door. So each door is kind of independent in its own right. Let's go OBJ and go to the, we gotta go to our folder. So our folder is right here. Garden stuff, and there's our first door. And there should be. Okay, so it's already in position. So the reason why it's in this spot that it is, so you have to picture the rest of the so the translate that was in it, it's going to put it into position based on how the rest of the garden shed is. So the fact that it's not at 0, 0, that's not a problem, right? So that's one thing I need to keep in mind, I guess, as far as with how this is positioned. The one thing we do want to do is move this pivot for the door onto that where the hinge is at. So I think the first thing I want to do, just so I can get the texture onto this, we need to apply our material name to it. So let's do that first. Yep, that's all good. So we should be able to go. Oh, I need to be in the right mode. That's right. So we need to be in. Why don't you let me go to edit mode? There it goes. Need to get into edit mode. Go into material, and we need to make a new material and call this. I want to call it the same as what's in here. So garden shed 03. Yeah, right. do that. We're gonna go with the same name as the whole rest of the shed, and not take the approach of making a separate material for now, because I'm thinking with everything that we fixed on these doors, we shouldn't have that problem with the snow scale on it. We'll test it out in game and see how it works. If it works out the way we want it to, then we don't need to go any further. So what's that? Camel letter. Let me see. Yep. Garden shed 03. There's no way for me to copy that. That's another thing that's kind of somewhat annoying, and there's no way for me to copy this. Copy paste, I guess, as far as that in there, so I just have to manually type that in there. It's another little bit of a pet peeve, but not a big deal. Not a super big deal. It's just wishful thinking, I guess, as far as that it'll be a little bit easier to do that. Okay, so alright, so now we got our material name. I want to go ahead and assign that. Now we got our material name. Now, the approach, I'm sure this is probably not, some of the other Blender users would be like, that's not how you do that, but the way I go about this is to bring open another window, switch this over to UV edit. There's all of our mapping as far as for that. Now I'll bring the texture in this way, and we can point right to $data. As the game file. So we'll go into oh shoot, am I gonna be able to get to that? That's a shortcut on my you know what? Alright, hold on a second. There's gotta be a way I can do this. I might have to go this way. I gotta go the long way like this, yep. Where's my games on Steam? Yep, go to Steam. Go to Apps, Common, and where my game install is. There we go. We gotta go right to the core of the game install. So that is in Placeables. Blizzard. That's Giants' bulk, kind of generic brand name. And it's going to be in Garden Sheds, level 3, and this fella right there. Cool. This is how I bring my texture and get it applied to the model, is just through the UV edit. And then I can come over here and apply the texture. So now I can see the texture for that snow field. Cool. Now I don't need to do anything to that. We already did all that in the other modeling program. So that's just to get the texture applied to that. So we're good there. Now from here, what we need to do is get that pivot where we want it to be, which is on that middle hinge. So with a little bit of manipulation, I'm going to actually move that 3D cursor over to here. A little bit of a process, but it definitely is useful. So we can put it right there. Need it down a little bit more. Right about there. Somewhere is right about there. That should work. Cool. Now, what I also want to make sure, before I go too far with this, I want to make sure that, whoops, we got to get into object mode. Do like this. Pull this guy out. So I got to fix this rotation here too. So one way we can do that, scale's fine. Got to get this rotation on here. So this comes with exporting it out as an OBJ. It's automatically going to put the x-axis on 90 degrees. We don't want that. So we want to get that back to 0. So one way we do that is to bring this up, go to rotation, and that sets that back to 0. Doesn't change the integrity of the position of the model. This resets that back to 0. That's all that does. Otherwise, once we bring it back into Giants Editor, we have to make sure that we freeze that translate on the rotation. Sometimes I forget to do that, so just so I make sure I don't forget that, then just do it like this. Okay. So we got that based on, so the 3D cursor is where we want our pivot to be. So we're going to set the origin, the 3D cursor. And just like that, we can have that. Now, once we export this out as i3D, with our texture applied to it, when we bring it into Giants Editor, that pivot will be right on that middle hinge. And that's what more we want. Okay, so let's do, oops, export, Giants i3D. And we'll save this one as, we already got a door 1, I guess, as far as for that, so we'll do door 1 new for this one. And I'm using underscore as opposed to a physical space. And we want to put that into our working folder here. Why is it not going there? The heck? I want to use that. Son of a gun, doesn't want to go there. Alright, we'll go this way then. I don't know why I won't select it from there, that's weird. No problem, we'll go this way. More than one way to get to that point, so we'll go my progress stuff, we want to put it right in here. So, I'm maintaining the original export that I did from Max, I'm just creating this as a door 1 new. That way I can differentiate the two. I don't want to overwrite it as far as the original one there, because if something went wrong, with the OBJ export, for example, I can always redo that whole process. So if I do this as a new, and if there's a problem when I bring this into the editor, then I'll know where the problem was. Okay. Spit that out, and we can confirm in here that it created that Blender. Now, the thing that's different with Blender, when you spit out the i3D, it's not going to give you the shapes file. So this is a binary file. So this will be much different looking in here when you open this up in the editor, in the text editor, in comparison to if we had the shapes file. So this is a binary i3D. So when we can still open this up with Giants Editor, but we'll have to make sure that we save it as binary so we can acquire that shapes file. Okay. Alrighty then, so there's our door, and the only warning that we're getting is the fact that it's an old shapes file and it's binary, so that's normal. That is normal. But now, if we look at this, you can see where the pivot's at. Pivot's exactly where we put it. And that's what we wanted to accomplish by running it through Blender. Now, we've got to get our textures applied to it. So we're still maintaining that same name. I want to look at what was the translates for our door originally. Check that out real quick. So door 1. 0.621098. So we might have to change this. 62098. Oh wow, that's way different. Okay. I might try and apply the same translate as I got here previously. Granted, I probably didn't get this in the same exact spot as I did in this version. But I'm going to apply these translates to our new door. Hopefully that puts it in the right spot. It shouldn't be too far off if I were to do that. Shouldn't be too far off. I guess that's another thing I'll do. As opposed to just zeroing it out. I don't want to zero it, I want to keep this pivot here. If I were to freeze translate, it's going to totally reset this where this pivot's at. I definitely don't want to do that. Alright, so we want to add all that. Already got the tangent, that's good. Let's apply some textures. These are all in-game. So it's going to point to the game files. Dollar data. Placeables. These are garden sheds. I want to get them all applied at this point here because everything's looking the way I want as far as, especially that pivot. Especially the pivot. Alright, so we need to apply this. Okay. It'll slowly get back to normal here once we apply all this stuff. So we need the specular. Like so. And also our normal map. Sometimes I make the mistake of putting that normal on the emissive. It happens. Alright, so we put the normal. I've also made the mistake of putting the normal on the gloss and the gloss on the normal. It's like, why is that looking so funky? It's like, dummy, you put the wrong textures on the wrong thing. Telling you. Okay. Now, the only thing left to do, so we don't have any collision. What about the clip on it? So the clip on those are 150. And we also want to transfer these coordinates for that first door onto this new one. Let's do that. Let's set our clip distance to 150. Nice. And let's also put do that. Oh, I see what I did. So we did this. I see what I did. I'm just borrowing information from our previously constructed door here over to our new one. Got all the textures. The only thing I haven't done yet is the placeable shader. I'll get that next. Let's get these coordinates. Okay. So the hope is it's not going to be that far off. It's probably going to be off a little bit because, like I said, I can be pretty sure I didn't get this pivot this exact same spot. Because as you saw how I applied that in Blender, probably not going to be exact. Probably going to be a little bit off, but how much off is going to be the key thing. Okay, so copy that. This is what comes with the territory as far as when you're trying to create a pre-existing model into something that it wasn't. You're basically creating something, a brand new model. So we took a more or less decorative piece that's in the placeable option, I guess, as far as in FarmSim, and made it more functional. And the fact that it wasn't that way before, we're definitely creating something from nothing for the most part. Just making it something better. Alright, so we need to put the placeable shader on this, which is right there. Cool. Now we should have everything the same as our previous door. Now I still have that hidden in here, but I can unhide it. So we got the same parameters as our door that we got here in our new door. Okay, so this is door number 1. Let's do file save as, and we'll put that into our working folder. That's my progress. Good, and I'm just going to go ahead and overwrite this one. The only difference is I want to save this as binary. I want to produce that shapes file. Okay. Put that up. Yes. Cool. And just to confirm that it did produce the shapes file. Okay, now we have the shapes file for our brand new door. Really the only difference. Now we can close this out. It's going to yell at me to say, do I want to save it? So when you do it as binary, Giants Editor basically reads it as you didn't save the i3D with that shapes file. It doesn't know any better. So you can go ahead and save it again. That's all it's going to do is just save over again with the shapes file. But you definitely need to make sure if I was to only save it without doing this binary, it's still going to maintain not producing the shapes file. So we did save that again, I guess, as far as on exit. Okay, so that's the first door. Now if we open this, if we import this into our model here, we should be able to replace this, and it should be relatively in the same spot once we get it into the same position. Let's do that. So import door 1 new. Okay. And then we'll cut that and slap it into here. Look at that. Alright, so we need to hide this other one. Now we got it pretty darn close. You can see as I go back, here's the original door. Here's the new door. So it's only slightly off. Got it pretty close. You know, almost it shifts from one point to the next. So the way I can tell which door is new and which one's the older one, and see what direction that Hang-On goes. So this is the original door, new door. We got it pretty close. Pretty close. I like it. Let's go ahead and hide this guy. And there's our new door. Now you can already tell right off the bat you don't have all that darkness that we had in the original door. That definitely proves to me that we fixed that problem. See how dark this door is in comparison? So putting that new poly on there definitely fixed that problem. So that was definitely worth it to do that. Alright, so I got some further adjustment to make on this. Let's see what we got here. Not much though. It's actually pretty good. We got it pretty much in place there, but I think, yeah, so it is cutting in. Need to move it down. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, I'm moving the wrong one, that's right. So we can see where the original door ended up, and our new door is a little too high. So I need to adjust that down a little bit. Like I said, I know I probably didn't get that pivot exactly in the same spot. Okay, so it's just a matter of just tweaking on it. Not a big deal. Okay, so our original door. I think we're out a little bit further, is that right? Alright. So this is the outline of the original door. Okay, that's the original door. There's the new door. I'm just comparing both outlines there. So we're out a little too far. See, we got a gap there. We gotta definitely bring it in on the Z. Okay. Gotta bring it in on the Z, so let's do 1.3. 5. So it was 1.4 originally, 3.38. 9. So right about there, maybe? And then we're too far over this way. Okay, got it. We're basically just filling in. I guess if you can see all the gaps, we're just kind of tweaking on it. I kind of figured this was going to be the case. It's not all that terrible. So 6.5. Oop, that's too much. Oh, what about 6.5? That should be good there. If we go too low on that, we got a little bit of a gap on the top. Oops, that's the wrong way. 9.25. Something like that. Nice. It's a nice fit, actually. Cool beans. Yeah, so the fact that we already know that this door is a little bit thicker, so it's going to have a little bit of protrusion, I guess, as far as on that. Gives it a little bit more character, I guess, as far as, alright, cool. Now, all this will do is just pivot on the Y, I guess, as far as where we got that located on that middle hinge. So there's our new door. Or door number 1, at least, anyway. Sweet. Alright, let's, double check and see how that's going to pivot. Very nice. All right, let's zero that pivot back out. Cool. So there's door one. Now we just got to do that to the other door. So we got to rinse and repeat, basically. I'm gonna double check on this door. So I think so. One of the other things I need to do is bring in the collision, I guess, as far as for that. Let's move this up that position. So it does make sense, I guess, as far as we got to have these in the right spot. So I think what I'll do is take this collision that we have for that. That's where we get clear. Otherwise, we'll be able to go right through the door. All I need to do is just cut this out of here and paste it into our new door. Like so. That'll add collision to that. And then this door we can basically just get rid of. We don't need that door anymore. Sweet. So now that door is complete. So now we got our collision back into it. That's what gives us the ability to not go through it. And already, immediately, right off the top of the bat, you can see how much more that blends in with the rest of the shed. You don't have all these dark spots. This will become evident once we bring the second door in too. It was definitely worth it, I guess, as far as to fix that. Make the shed really pretty. Make it aesthetically appealing. Alright, so we got our second door to work on now. What I wanted to look at is, what is this pivot? So yeah, these were definitely not exactly the same either, so that's what I wanted to see. This was at 6.2. Yes, I definitely had a different pivot location. It's only very minimal. We're talking like thousandths of a difference, a deviation, so nothing all that drastic. Cool. So yeah, we just need to do the same thing to our second door. Like I said, rinse and repeat. So it's new. Yes. All right. Let's go ahead and load up our second door. OBJ. Alright, it went there that time. I don't know why I wouldn't click on that when I was trying to export that out. Kind of weird. So this door. Cool. So much the same thing. I don't want to be worried about where it's located on the grid here, but I want to get the, I don't really need to get the texture applied, but I do need to establish the material name, at least anyway. Okay. Definitely still need to establish the material name. And again, before I get too far, I find myself doing this almost all the time. So I'm going to stay in object mode, bring this out. Okay, I need to be in edit mode. Okay, and we need to fix this pivot. So we can do that with Control A, bring that up, and we want to do it on the rotation. Set that back to 0. Cool, so that much is done. Now we can go back to alright, so we need to apply our material, go new. Much the same as we did at the second door, garden shed 03. Okay. And go ahead and assign that. Now you don't have to have the texture physically applied like I was showing earlier. In some cases that's why I like to just make sure myself. As long as the material name is applied to it, the UV mapping to this piece is still there. Even if we have the material name to be able to apply the texture to it upon i3D export, it's still going to be there for us to be able to do that. So I took a little bit extra added step to get the texture applied to the model within the viewport by bringing in the UV edit window. That's my approach to doing that. Whether that's the right way to do it or not, that's my workflow, if anything. Okay. So Next thing to do is to get that pivot applied to that center hinge. Okay, so we'll move it there. Again, I'm not saying at all that this is the best way to go about this. This is just my approach to it. I'm sure there's a much better way. Oh, that actually put it on the top one there. It's interesting. Want it on the mid one. That should be good. That's about right. Look. So you can definitely get very deviated, I guess, as far as from make it perfect, whatever. I'm sure there's probably a way to like snap the pivot, I guess, as far as to a particular position, so you have the same, in our case, on both doors. I haven't quite figured what that is. So that's about the minimal of my knowledge, I guess, as far as when it comes to Blender. I just know I need to get the pivot there, and you can see the result when I export it by doing it this route. I can get it to where I need it in comparison to exporting out from 3ds Max. I think that should work. Alright, so now all we got to do is go back to object mode, set the origin, and precursor. That's where it's going to put that pivot. So if we're happy with that, we can go ahead and export that out as a 3D. And we want to point that, yeah, this is where it wasn't let me point to. Oh, there it goes. Did that time. I don't know why it didn't last time. And we want to save this one as door 2 new. Much the same as we did door 1, just door 2. Okay. Alright, so we'll go ahead and export that out as an i3D. And we can confirm in here. Yeah, we have it. So it's only going to be just the i3D. You have no shapes file, so that's just the binary file. That's the only difference in the, as I already previously explained, I guess, as far as with the i3D exporter and Blender in comparison to 3ds Max. So we can still open that in a separate session of Giants Editor. Oh, door 2. And we can confirm that our pivot's in the right spot once we open it up this way. Voila. Okay, so if we come into here, let's confirm our pivot's where we want it to be. And it is. Cool. Up. Yep, so I did. So what we would find if I didn't do that step, I guess, as far as to fix the rotate in Blender, it would show up in here. I forget which axis it is, but it will show up 90 degrees in here. So in order to make sure that we can get that to rotate properly in our XML, get this to function the way we want it, it's, if I were to freeze translate it as far as in here, it's going to put the pivot in the center of the model, which is not what we want. So that's why I always take these steps, I guess, as far as to zero it out in Blender prior to export. That way we don't have to deal with it here in our Giants Editor. Okay, so we need to get the clip set 150. Okay. We already have the tangent on it. Cool. Somebody's got to apply our textures. So kind of a rinse and repeat process, I guess, as far as like we did for the other door. Games. 22. Data. Placeables. Wizard. I've done this so many times with many other objects that it's just, you kind of almost just kind of know where everything's at. Okay, so far so good. Do the specular, also known as the gloss, and the normal map. Make sure we get it in the right field. Okay, and also the visible shader. Now again, we're taking the approach, and once we test this out, we'll be able to confirm how the snow scale will actually show up on these doors. I'm thinking it shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be a problem. So we'll find that out once we get to the point of testing it, which we're getting there. We're that much closer. Replaceable shader. Alright, so no problems there. Cool, so we got all the textures applied, we got our clip. Shaders applied. I want to get the translate, I guess, as far as for what we got in here. I don't necessarily need to do that. I can always do that once I bring it in here. I just figure I like to bring as much information from the original model while I got this separate session open. We'll just put this in same. I know it's probably going to be off, and we'll have to adjust it. Much the same as we did the other door, but that's okay. In the grand scheme of it, it'll all work out. Okay, that good spot. Yep, and RZ. Okay. There we go. We got all the same parameters as we do on our previous door, original door, and this is our new door. Also want to rename this one. This door too. Just for consistency. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and save that as a binary to our working folder. What's up, Tiger Lily? What's up in it? What you up to? Oh, nothing. Been just doing some 3D modeling. We're getting ready to putting a new door, I guess, as far as in our garden shed. Just lurking everyone now? Nice. I caught the tail end, I guess, as far as what you were doing there. We were doing that bomber squad, or bomber, I forgot which one it was now. Pretty cool stuff. But it's tending to quiet down here. We were pretty hopping here as for earlier, not too long ago. You caught the tail end here, so we're getting to the point where we're winding down with things, but yeah. Yeah, Bomber Crew, that one. Well, you did some more Hell Let Loose and Embassy? Did you do that earlier or afterwards? Okay, where was I at? We need to export this out. That's what we need to do. Go to my mods, mine in progress. Garden shed stuff, and we'll save this over top of that, but I want to do this as binary. Yes. And door 2 new. Yes, please. Alright, we'll go ahead and close that. Yes, please. And done. Cool. Oh, you did that after? You did 9 hours? Holy crap. You madman. Yeah, I'm tired. I can understand that. Leaving all my alerts up before I go eat and sleep. I don't blame you. Appreciate you stopping by here, Tiger. Not a whole lot of people, I guess, as far as that are hanging out here at the moment, I don't think. I think a lot of people are kind of just in the same mode that you're in. At least you got a chance, I guess, as far as to check and see what we got going on here for Saturdays. We get creative. We're going to be checking this out in game for Farming Simulator 22 momentarily, but if you're here to check that out, great. If not, that's understandable too. But yeah, we like to test out the fruits of our labor. Alright, so we did save that as a new... Get out here. Now we should have a shapes file along with that. Yes, we do. Nice. So now we'll be able to import that into here. You gonna sit here with my cake? Nice. Two-Step never did. Two-Step stopped by here. I don't know if he's still hanging out here, but he was saying he was getting dinner ready. He never did mention, I guess, as far as what he was making though. But I did kind of mention too to try not to make me hungry. So he probably just decided not to say anything. All right, let's import our new door. So let's do import door 2 new. There she be. And we gotta get it into a position. So do a cut. Put in our garden shed doors and paste it there. Sweet. Alright, how much do we gotta adjust this? Yep, see, we're not too far off again. That's good. So I need to hide this other door. This is our original door. You haven't seen him today as far as two-step? Yeah, he was in here earlier. He was trying out all the sound redemptions. Pretty funny. Yeah, I'm afraid to ask what kind of cake, because that's probably going to start making me hungry. I've heard my rummy tum gets as far as rumble a couple times. So I'm trying not to encourage it, I guess, as far as stuff. Oh. You had to go there. So thick and good. Now you're just being mean. I'm glad you're enjoying your cake. Cherry cream cheese, nice. All right, so we got our new door in here. So this is the old door. Here's the new door. We do have some adjustment to make. Let's hide this one. I'm gonna leave it in here so we can see. Oh man, that already looks better. See all the difference in that? So here's the new door. And there's the old door. So see how much difference there is as far as all that dark that's in there. So that original door was totally broken, as far as the way the texture is applied on that. Yeah, we can definitely see that much the same with our new door on this side. So I'm glad we fixed that. Let's hide that again. Okay. Yeah, that definitely looks so much better. So much better. Tall glass of chalky milk. Oh boy. Nice. So is that your snack before you go to bed? Is that what it is? And so we need to make an adjustment on this door. So it's got to go down. Let's see. Oh, I'm adjusting the wrong door again. So I'm gonna get out of that. Alright, so we need to get in the right door. There it should be. So this is the one we do need to bring it down. Yeah, how much far down? That's the question. We gotta come down a little bit, so we gotta go 0, 9. Oh, not enough, so 9, 5. There we go, that looks pretty good. Maybe up just a tad more. 6. Cool. How close are we to the other door? 1094. Now we're not too far off, so we're only like 0.002 of deviation there. When we put our pivot on our new door. That's not bad actually. Not bad at all. Alright, so that looks good on this way. What about this way? So what we're looking for now is make sure we don't have any gaps. We got a little bit of a gap here, so we got to bring it over this way. That would be on the X. We got to bring it closer this way. Left to right. Oh, nope, went the wrong way, so we gotta go 627. Okay, just a little bit of tweaking, just like you would have to in reality to keep your doors from creaking and fill in all the gaps. But that's actually not too bad. Let's bring it back out just a tad. Like that. That works. I like it. That looks beautiful. It's going to be even better once we get this in the game and actually confirm. Oh, so nice. All right, cool. Now we need to bring this into position. We need to get our collision out of this one. I may end up doing these collisions here. I don't know. So the way I made these collisions here was just to use a cube here in Giants Editor. It's not a terrible way to go about it, but I might end up applying that collision, I guess, as far as for the door, a little bit different. I was trying something here. What I don't like, this is what absolutely bugs the ever-living crap out of me. So when you create a shape in here, as far as the primitive shapes that you can create in Giants Editor, whenever you manipulate that shape, and you got the same shape of the same type within your scene, it'll create a clone. I don't know, for some reason that just bugs me. That's just sloppy. I don't like that. I know that's just the way the Giants Editor tends to rectify, I guess, as far as the fact that you have the same object that has been changed in shape, I guess, as far as the scale and whatnot. I understand that's its resolution, I guess, as far as to apply a clone as opposed to not. So you don't get that when you do all that stuff within your 3D modeling program. You can control that, the name of that shape. I don't know, just a little bit of a pet peeve with me when it comes to that. I can totally tell, I guess, as far as when I check other models and I see that, that's exactly what they did. I don't try to model in, you know, as far as the disformed shapes or whatever within Giants Editor as much as possible. I try to do that within the 3D modeling program itself. And 3ds Max tends to be my choice. Anyway, getting off on a tangent there, but I may end up redoing these collisions. All this does is just adds the ability for it to, so we don't walk right through it. So if we didn't have this collision onto it, we'd be able to walk right through the door. And the fact that it is chromatic means that this object moves, right? We don't want it to stay static. If we keep it static, if we open the door, you still have collision there. So you wouldn't be able to actually walk into the shed with, you know, without it moving. So if we kept this static, that would be bad. So we have to make sure that it's chromatic. So that's about the only reason why we create this separate collision, is we want it to move with the door. That's about the only reason for that. So I explained that a little bit. All right, so we want to move that collision to our new door. Now that we got our new door in position. Okay, so now we got that collision there, and we can take out the old one. Nice. Now, it is important that we keep all these in the right position here, because based on XML, we're pointing to these exact positions in our scene graph as to what is going to, and in what position is it going to pivot, right? So it's going to pivot this way, so we'll check our other door too. So our new door here, so that pivots like, now it's not going to swing this way, it's only going to swing in this direction. But we do have the range of motion to be able to go either direction if we wanted to, based on XML. So if we look at the way our doors are designed, with all that being described, we have our animated objects here for doors, so that our doors for those are right here. These are the doors that we applied, so they have to be in these specific positions, otherwise it won't work. So the way we've got this rotating 130 degrees on the Y, so on this Y axis here, so for this door, for example, I got that highlighted, it's going to open up 130 degrees on that Y. And in this case, I think it's a minus on this door. Double check that. Yeah, so on this door too, it's going to be a minus 130. So it's actually going to swing this way. So it opens up like that. And then the other door will be 130 in the positive direction. So if we go like this on the Y, that opens up like that. So that's what it's going to look like when the door is open. Nice and wide. Yeah, we get in there, we got our new floor, which we still need to do some work on the inside. I don't think I'm going to get to that in this stream. I think the other key thing was to be able to get the doors corrected there, which we did. That's definitely progress. But yeah, we're still getting some snow and frost and whatever on our interior. We don't want that. So I may take the approach of segregating that out as a separate piece, and or trying to apply a separate material that I've already shown, I guess, as far as to be able to control that snow scale onto those different parts. I think I'll save that, I guess, as far as for off stream. That's gonna probably take another hour or so, I guess, as far as to get that all figured out once it's all said and done. But I'm pretty satisfied, I guess, as far as how this turned out so far. This is what we should be able to test in game. As far as putting the snow on it, I don't think we're going to have a problem at all with the way that snow will show on the doors like it was before. So let's just see. We'll take our light out of this. And let's button this thing up. So this is right in our map for our fruits and vegetables garden. And we'll save it as, let me go to our map. Okay. You liking that so far? I think it turned out pretty good. Alright, let's do maps. Nope. Actually, I need to go to placeables in our map and then go to our fruits and vegetables garden and save it right there. Voila. Okay, so we'll close this out. So far, so good. Alright, we ready to test this out? I know I am. I'm super excited at this point. I'm pretty confident in the fact we're going to have a solid result here. So I didn't need to change anything in the XML. We were showing that earlier, I guess, as far as helping out Apache, I guess, as far as figure out a sign. I think that was super helpful. At least I like to hope that was pretty helpful. Alright, so we got all of our working folder here for everything that we've done for this shed, is as far as our doors and our new floor and such. So that's good. I just need to bring over, let's get over to our, yep, so we need to bring these two items that we just saved. Is that, holy crap. And we're closing in on 5 hours, holy crap. You gotta love it, I guess, as far as when these streams go there, but we had a lot of interaction today. A lot of information was shared. Got some new members, I guess, as far as on the Rock Nation Discord in the process, so yeah, definitely a good stream. Definitely appreciate everybody that has dropped by, I guess, as far as to see what we got going on here. And continues to hang around. Okay, let's get this in the game. I gotta move some stuff on my desk here real quick. Studio's a little bit of a mess. I did clean up, I guess, as far as prior to the starter stream, but yeah, we definitely got a little bit messy in the process. That's kind of comes with the territory. Alright, so we need to move over. Let's switch this on over. Alright, here we go. So what we need to do is move this and that over to our mods folder where the game's located. This is just kind of our working directory right here. Copy that. Paste it into our mod folder. So this is where our map is located. Unzipped, I guess, as far as in our mods folder for our game. So we're writing that. So all the work that we've done, the entire stream, which I feel is kind of a lot. We redid our floor. So kind of what I ventured, I guess, as far as to do in the first place is to fix the floor. Where the UV mapping was for that, that's done, and also the doors. So this will be the final here. So if we need to make any further tweaks, I guess, as far as to that, I'll do that definitely post stream. Okay, so we're ready to go into the game. Go check this out. Definitely feel free, if you want to hear more of the game sounds, let me know, and I can turn down, I guess, as far as the background musics, and we can hear more of the game sounds. But if not, I'll just leave it the way it is. But I do have game sounds kind of turned down for stream, at least anyway. Too much sound can be too much, I guess, at some point. All right, let's go ahead. New save, and a new farmer, no farmer, Dairyland, 4x map, and load it up. Let's bring up the console. Didn't have any problems. There is one that does tend to present itself, and that has to do with the animal food. So, just as it was for 19, I always sound like a broken record when I say this, but it's very obvious because people say, "Oh, I see a warning." It's just like, yeah, it's related to animal food. Animal food mechanics tend to work just fine. The Giant's engine just tends to flag, I guess, as far as anytime you edit the default base game settings, I guess, as far as from that, it tends to, that's why it flags it. All the animal food for the cows, the moo-moos, and such, whatever works as intended, I guess, as far as for this map. So other than that, one warning as far as it's a relatively clean load in for the map. Okay, so we can get out of the console, confirm our character, and let's turn off the autosave. We don't need that for testing. And go over to our garden shed, which will be right over here. Voila. So we're going to test this in, oh man, that looks so much better. So, for most of you that have stuck around like that, you noticed how dark the doors were because of those broken polys on that. Look how much cleaner that looks now. You can barely tell a difference if you were to put one of the decorative items, I guess, as far as they're, in fact, let's put one of these down. Let's just humor this here. We'll put one of, so this is based on a Giant's original model. We put their decorative piece down right next to it. See if you can tell the difference. Alright, others. This shed right here is the same model that we used as our base. Whoop, hold on. Oh god. What the heck? Oh. Didn't want to move that way for some reason. There we go. Want to put it side by side. Oh. So you tell me, can you tell the difference? Leave it up to you, chat. What's behind door number 1? So, again, this is the original Giants model. Does not have any interior. This is the one we applied interior to. So even from the outside, you can tell it's got an interior, whereas this one does not. So if you were to put them side by side and look straight on, you would never be able to tell the difference. And that was the whole point. That's the whole point. So this one does have the animated doors, so there's the doors. And they open like intended, right on the hinge. So that's like I showed in the Giants editor. They open exactly the way they're supposed to. Now, the other thing I want to test, which I think the doors are going to come out fine, and we're still going to probably have some snow. Looks cool, yeah. So this is why I like to test these things. You know, this is the fruits of our labor. So we're taking a model that previously existed, adding some more function to it. So this is actually a usable shed. You can put your tools. If you want to put the cartons that this garden will produce, you can put those in there as well. So it's a very functional shed, for as little even as it is. So I want to invoke, I guess, as far as a little bit of weather onto this. So we got to get our handy dandy easy dev tools to be able to incorporate that. So let's go to January. And I kind of tend to let it roll into February, which is like the prime spot for snow to be able to accumulate. Alright, need some snow. And we'll put some on the ground too. There we go. So, just as I already explained earlier, and this is something I'll still have to work on as far as we're getting snow on the inside. We don't want that. So that's something else I still need to get corrected. So this one already got snow on it. Wait, so what happened to this one? Oh, this one's got snow on it already? Interesting. I don't know why this one's not. Let's close the doors. So the doors are actually fixed. That's beautiful. I'm kind of questioning now why. So it did put the frost on the roof, but this one already's got snow on that. That's weird. Not sure why that is. I'll advance the time a little bit just to see if that will actually spawn in, I guess, as far as on our own one here. But see how you get the snow on the individual slats for the wall? So the problem we were having with the doors previous to making all the adjustments that we did is we were getting streaks on the door. Not necessarily on the slats, it was just, it didn't look very natural, right? So the fact that we've redone these now, they look almost exactly the same as the original model. Wouldn't be able to tell the difference. The fact that it even puts it on the hinges, on the top of the hinges there. That mechanic that Giants has added to their new engine is super cool. So the game actually can determine whether or not the surface is facing the opposite direction of the way the snow falls, and that's the only place it's going to actually put snow as far as the snow scale. Alright, let me advance this time a little bit. And let's just see if that we can get the snow cap on the roof actually to spawn. Yeah, the fact that it even showed up right away, I guess, as far as on the default one, that's kind of peculiar. We have seen it show up, I guess, as far as on previous test. So we're paying particular attention, I guess, as far as to the top right. It'll transition over to February, which is, like I said, that's like the peak, I guess, as far as from winter, because I do have it on 1-day seasons by default. It's the default setting for Farm Sim. So as long as it continues to snow, as I advance this just a little bit, we're kind of advancing the time. As the closer it gets to February, it should spawn that that snow onto the roof, especially if it continues to snow. The key is it's got to be snowing. If it's not snowing as we advance this time, then it's not going to actually spawn that. So that's why I find it kind of weird that it didn't on that arm model. See, this is what that should look like. Oop, cut it up a little bit more than I wanted to. Try to slow it down. Now let's put our flashlight on. Come on, snowcap. Oh, stop snowing. Okay, so I gotta slow it down. I gotta start it snowing again. Come on, DevTools. There we go. Alright, so we're still in January. Let's just get it back to snowing. Cool. So we're still transitioning. We're not to February yet. So I've come to find, I guess, as far as just through experience, mostly, that if you put it on February automatically and advance the time, it just totally bypasses winter altogether, especially on 1 day. So I just usually start it on January and just let it slowly transition into February, because that's kind of what you want to see as far as like as it continues to snow. You want to see that accumulation of the snow on the roof, and we should also see the canopy for the garden. As far as the tent that I showed earlier, that should spawn in there too. We don't have anything growing in there, but it'll spawn in regardless. Got anything growing in there? So as we slowly transition over to February, which once midnight comes around, so far we're in good shape, I guess, as far as with our overall model. It looks exactly the same on the doors. The only thing that hasn't spawned yet, there it is. So it spawns in a little bit off cue. So just as we went into February, that's how it. That's how I like to test, I guess, as far as these snow caps, I guess, as far as on the roof. The fact that we got so much more snow on this than in comparison, that's just the way the snow volume is designed. That's not. So the fact that it's thicker on here doesn't mean anything. Just the fact that you get a snow cap. The fact that this one here in particular has icicles that come on it too. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, so we've been able to maintain much the same, behavior, I guess, as far as the original model. The only difference is we can actually use it inside now. And I will be fixing this post stream, I guess, as far as to get the snow outside of the out of the inside. You don't want that in there. We'll get that fixed. Alright, so we'll get this slowed down. So yeah, everything is working. Everything is working, and that's all we wanted to test out. Fuel lanes. I'm happy with that test. So we can actually shut our flashlight off. Got some daylight again. So yeah, this is the other really pretty cool thing, I guess, as far as about this. It'll actually put this in here, so you can pretty much plant in here all year round. Kind of treated more like a greenhouse. See, it's all nice and cozy in here. And there was one problem that I had previously when the plants were inside here. Even though this canopy is on, it was actually getting frost on the plants, which was obviously not a good thing. So I did have to edit some things with the plants behavior, I guess, as far so it didn't have the frost show up when the winter came. So that was something else that has been adjusted on this fruits and vegetable. So it is true, I guess, as far as that once the canopy comes out like this, you can plant all year round without in affecting your crop. Now, it doesn't physically harm the crop when it has the frost on it, unless you have full seasons enabled, meaning that your crops wither and all that stuff. So, and just as in any crop, to include, I guess, as far as the stuff that you plant in your fields, if it gets too cold, they're gonna die, and that's the same behavior that I'll have in this shed. Ooh. Alrighty. Well, I've had a blast. I appreciate everybody sticking around. That is still sticking around, I guess, as far as for this week's rendition of Spline Design Studios Saturday. It's always fun, I guess, as far as to check out the fruits of our labor. And that's true. So there's still some work we need to do on it, but other than that, very minor stuff can be easily corrected. I was hoping I had enough time, I guess, as far as to show more of the aspects on here. I guess I kind of can real quick before we completely close out. So one of the things that I did figure needed to be evident on this map was a place to get methane. So to either be able to produce it, sell it, and actually use it, there is the option down here at the biogas, which is a permanent structure. Go down here. There we go. I needed to check this out anyway to see how the snow is working over here. So I've probably got some indoor areas I need to tackle. Some of these areas I don't want to have snow applied to it. So like some of these areas where you can get the digestate out. This is good here. Actually, that's not in the right spot. So there are some adjustments I need to make on this, I guess, as far as to get access to. So this is where you would get the methane if you're producing that. This is where you can buy it at a premium, which will have a marker on the ground for that. So that's one of the newer things that I haven't been able to show as of yet for the map. Just to name a few. I have made some changes. Also, I'm going through this really quick. So I'm starting to get hungry. So we've made some changes to the paper production. Kind of show that real quick. So I've shown this in another episode, I guess, as far as the Spline Design Studios. Feel free to check that VOD out. But yeah, this is using much the same concept, because as far as this building originally didn't have an interior. We were able to apply interior to this building so we can actually have some dynamic to this paper production. What I am considering to add to the salt production, which is over here, currently it only requires to put water, simply just water, to be able to get salt. This is something I'm going to make use of methane. We'll be able to apply methane to it, as well as water, to be able to get salt. So that's something is in consideration, I guess, as far as with this production. I may actually add the input for methane for some of the other productions too. I haven't 100% decided. I don't want to make it too difficult, I guess, as far as to be able to make some of these products. It will require, if you want to get methane, to purchase the biogas plant that I already previously shown. So you won't be able to do that necessarily right off the bat unless if you get a loan. So as far as an easy mode, as we're in here right now, I don't want to make it entirely so difficult, I guess, as far as to be able to get that access to the methane to be able to get some of these other productions going. So that's something I'm still working on as far as the logistics, I guess, as far as how the access of these inputs for other productions are going to work. But there's something else that we didn't work on, I guess, as far as with that. I think it looks so much cooler, I guess, as far as having a lot of these productions that are in the game by default, they don't have a lot of dynamic to it. And I think having an interior and seeing what's going on the inside just adds so much more dynamic to me. It could be just me, but I kind of like it. Hope you all like it much the same as I do. But yeah, this has got the snow cap on it. We were able to maintain a lot of the default aspects that this building had there. The only difference was we just added the interior. But one of the somewhat challenges was to be able to really be able to keep this aspect, I guess, as far as with the skylights. Now, the thing that's really strange, as I say that, you can tell, I guess, as far as how we can see through the snow. So the fact that there's physical snow on the roof, right? The fact that we can still see through it. This is very evident with a lot of buildings that Giants has by default in the game, to include their animal husbandries. So a lot of their animal husbandries, I've noticed too, if it has a skylight or a glass type of roof, even if it's got snow on it, you can still see through it. So I still feel that's a little bit of a immersion breaker, but that'll be up to Giants, I guess, as far as to determine whether or not they'll change that dynamic for that. But I really do like the touch, I guess, as far as with the icicles that come off, especially when you got the melting snow cap off the roof. I'm kind of rambling at this point, and I think that's just me starting to get hungry. And again, I very much appreciate for everybody that did stick around here. We're well over 5 hours. It's been a fantastic stream, a lot of interaction. Very much appreciate, I guess, as far as all those that did chime in, and we're able to help Patchy, I guess, as far as with this deal with the sign, and we got some things accomplished here on our own part. So very solid. I'm gonna see who's on here real quick, and if you feel like sticking around, I hope you will. I think I know where we're gonna go. We haven't been able to rate him in a hot minute, so I think that's where we're gonna go. We're gonna go say hello over to Octane 93. He's doing some American Truck Sim. So one of the things that I've come to find with American Truck Sim is they got a new Kenworth 100-year anniversary edition, and I really need to check that out for myself too, as far as what's going on with that. Yep. So yeah, I think that's where we're going to send it. So feel free to stick around in the outro of the stream and join in on the raid out, I guess, as far as over to Octane 93. Currently playing some American Truck Sim, as I mentioned, and hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Saturday. And we'll be streaming again here no later than Wednesday, I guess, as far as continuing the playthrough on Mon Bazoo on whatever Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. If it does tend to be, if we can squeeze in a trucking stream here on a Tuesday, do be on the lookout. Sometimes I can usually get one of those squeezed in there during the week. So if you're not following the channel already, make sure you're doing that to get a notification when the streams are live. And also check out all the social medias. Put that out there on the stream. They are posted to the channel, but they are also... I always spell that wrong. Every time. All the social medias are posted right there too. We've already had a couple new folks, I guess, as far as joining on the Rock Nation Discord. That's where you'll find all the information's going on in between streams. So make sure you don't miss anything as far as what's going on in between streams. Like I said, there might come a time I will squeak in, I guess, as far as a Monday, Modeling Monday stream, or even a Trucking Tuesday. They're kind of tentative at the moment for now, but Wednesdays and Saturdays for sure we can always count on. So if you like what you see, want to see more of it, hopefully we'll see you come back, and we'll see you all again hopefully real soon. Hey everybody.